Late. 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 Late box. Loner late. More like loner late box, am I right, guys? Did we get him? Did we get him? Wow. The latest box? Unbelievable. Throw up a quick 900. Why? That's not my thing. Why would I do that? What do I look like to you, a girl streamer? Hmm. Wait a minute. There's always more apple. You never get through it as quick as you think. Can you tell I like apples? Chat, chat, chat. Ergo vis-a-vis, vis-a-vis, ergo vis-a-vis. Tier 1 sub, thank you very much. Alexander the Grape, thanks for the tier 1 sub. And Fast and Bulbous, thanks for the $5. Wow. What a good start. What an incredible start to the show. Holy shit. Okay. Kendrick, thanks for $5. What an insane start to the show. What the fuck? Overwhelmed. So much coming in already. Whoa, we haven't even started. Wow. God damn it, guys. You know, it's like, I've been told that the way, one of the really good ways to increase suspense, to make things intense, is like to have silence. You have a buildup of volume and then silence, like in music or in film, that kind of thing. And I think now, just the fact that they're just waiting, that the fucking IDF is just waiting at that border. And I'm like, what's happening? It's actually almost scarier that they're just waiting. I don't know. It's just scary. And it just seems so unlikely that other parties aren't going to get involved. Hezbollah, Iran, United States. Oh God, Britain. You're a bigger streamer than Chud Logic. Listen, I'll never forget my friends on the way up. I will never betray Chud Logic. Appalachian Anarchist with the $5. Usually a Vosh DM watcher, but your takes on Israel Palestine have put you up a notch. Thanks for taking the mental and emotional strain for us all. Oh, I really appreciate that. Wow. How did last night go? What do you mean last night? You were with me last night until 6 in the morning. What are you talking about? You know how I was last night. Because I was with you guys. 2 shot dead in Brussels terror attack. So it looks like there's been a rise in anti-Semitic and Islamophobic crimes. There was a 6-year-old Palestinian American kid who got murdered, stabbed to death, I think by his landlord? I don't know, just some fucking crazy shit, man. There have been anti-Semitic hate crimes have tripled in the United Kingdom. A 71-year-old in Illinois, yeah. It's just unbelievable, man. It's like all this fucking vitriol from the internet has just like spilled over into everyday life. Just why the fuck? How do people get like that? It's just I don't know. Feels like we're on the brink of a total shit show. This whole week is I think this whole week's gonna be like really horrible. I think it's gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be like what Russia was easy enough because it was black and white. At least more so than this, and it was really just Russia and Ukraine. There were other countries involved, but it's really just Russia and Ukraine. Ethan is watching Denims right now. I saw Ethan was talking about this, but I don't know what he was saying. I know he was talking about Israel.
For me, it's going to be charitable, but I just want to talk about.
Where should I go from? So I just watch him talking about this. Where'd you start talking about Israel? David Reese, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Oh, I'm so sorry. There's no volume.
I've been trying to erase Twitter. I've been trying all weekend. Do you guys know how? And by the way, I can't. Thank you. I can't deactivate my account because it makes my handle open, which is insane. Obviously, that would be insane to let
somebody else grab it.
You know. So that's not an option. So I was trying to figure out ways to just erase all my tweets, all my likes.
Don't mind me.
And it is so fucking hard. Dude, I was trying all weekend. It was really upsetting me because I just needed to get out of there. I did finally figure out a way to, I guess you can download your Twitter data, which you have to wait 24 hours for. And then I bought some software that I could put the Twitter data in. And it seems like
Clark,
just right now, like just right before we started the show, it looks like all my tweets were successfully erased, which is nice.
You know what? Normally Twitter discourse would bother me. Especially since I've had a little bit of fucking anger in my... It's not bothered me at all. I don't know why. I don't care about Twitter. I don't care about the fact that I've got like more critics and more fucking posts going up about me than usual. Specifically about this topic because I've had more viewers. I don't care. I don't know why. Normally I'd care a bit. Normally I get annoyed when I look at that shit. But now I'm just like, I think it's maybe because I'm like, because I just know that everyone else's brains have just turned to fucking soup over this issue. That everyone who's shitting on me is just like really fucking stupid. So, I don't know. Bunch of fucking human sanitary pads. Whatever.
That was driving me crazy. And then the next thing is I just want to erase all my likes, which I guess is there's like 30,000 of them. It's like, God damn.
Delete.
30 fucking. So it's a pretty monumental task, I guess.
Click
So
delete.
once the tweets and likes are gone and it's burned, I'm going to erase the app.
Hell yeah.
If everyone hates you, you're doing something right. That's just not true. I really hope those weren't like Hitler's last thoughts. No, that's not true.
Fucking go, dude.
Bye bye to all the psychos there.
Welcome back to Threads, baby.
Maybe I'll join Threads. I did say I'm a threadhead.
Is it true Hassan started following you? Yeah. He DM'd me as well. He said he liked my video, and I was like, oh, thanks. And then his chat told him that I'm like a bad person and shit, and that I hated him. And I said lots of mean things about it. I feel bad now. I feel bad that because I just thought he hated me. I thought I just confused him with his mods, I guess. I don't know, I feel bad. I feel like I should be nicer when I'm critiquing people because maybe it makes them more inclined to listen if they like some of my stuff, but they're listening. I don't know. Just made me feel bad. Which video? Netanyahu and Lex. That video. Don't let success change you too much. No, never. I'll never betray. Someone actually asked me to not forget them on the way up, and I was like, oh, okay, nice one. Fuck me.
Yeah. The one thing I will say, though, and again, because it's important to look at this from a high up perspective,
Okay.
that while a lot of leftists were
Yeah.
very cruel in their assessment of me and Hila,
Yeah.
that there was something that took place. There was actually, I guess, in the Arabic or the Muslim community, there was a clip of me talking about, how I was affected seeing some of the things that were coming out of Gaza, and it was getting shared a lot in social
Piers Morgan looks like good content. Yeah, I know. I'll have a look.
media.
I've got Piers Morgan. I've got news. Yeah, we've got Hezbollah. We're going to talk about them because they're going to be very. I feel like most people just see Hezbollah right now as this kind of like mysterious force at the northern border and don't really know much about them. So it might be good to give you guys a head start because I feel like they're going to be in the news a lot more often in the next couple of weeks. We're going to be hearing a lot more about those guys.
People saying like, "Oh, here, thanks, AB."
Yeah, I'm getting shit on in Dearborn, but you're a goddamn hero.
That's
Even
funny.
my aunt sent it to me. She's like, he made me cry with this.
Aww.
I was like, that's nice. Just
I think that's very important to keep in mind, Ethan. Is that and that's why I applaud you deleting Twitter. Get off of that shit because it's just brain poison, and it can.
Rat hole.
It's designed for pylons. It is literally designed for that, and you're not really getting a clear picture of the community. And I think, as evidenced by that, I think a lot of ordinary people, if they heard your position, and as evidenced by this clip that's gone viral, and
Have you ever done a video or segment on the Lebanese civil war? I don't actually know that much about it. I think Beast Process has a video on it though. If you want to know Middle Eastern stuff, like your first place to check for videos should probably be him. Because he's covered a lot. Let me have a look. Palestinian water, Algeria, Gaza, peace process. This is a really good video, the peace process one. It's like 2 hours. Lebanon, there you go. There's 2005 to 2022. Iran. Palestinians. Lebanon, the roots. I don't know if this involves a civil war. I don't think I watched this one. Israel, Palestinian elections. Yeah, there's some good stuff in there.
AB's hometown. I think and people understand that your heart's in the right place.
They said American
Drop a
Israeli
link in
content
chat.
creator Ethan Klein broke down while speaking about Palestinians killed by Israeli airstrikes in Gaza. Klein condemned the Israeli siege of Gaza while co-hosting the Leftovers podcast on Thursday
there you
with
go.
American Turkish political commentator
subscribe.
Hassan Piker.
If you don't
The
subscribe,
comments
I'll, I don't know, invade your country.
still have humanity in him, thank God. Proof you can be Jewish and Israeli and have a good heart. Beautiful display of humanity, compassion, and love. This is the only thing to fix a broken world.
See, it's great. It's great.
And so,
Oh shit! I recorded video stuff today. I did like 4,000 words, guys. Tell me I did a good job, Loaderbox. Which means I can probably film the rest over 2 days, and then I edit. Okay.
I'm glad that happened because it helped me a lot.
Yeah.
Oh God, why is everyone fucking crying in this play? Jesus Christ. I mean, I know it like kind of happened to me as well, but I turned the camera off. But fucking hell.
I mean, the people on Twitter, it's like
Jesus. Man.
these people think they're activists, but
Not good.
they really don't care about.
Yeah.
They really don't care about doing anything meaningful because going on Twitter and
Have you not noticed that every time someone has one of these lefty arcs, first of all, they always act as if it's they're the first person it's ever happened to, because it doesn't happen to that many people. I guess it's a pretty unique experience. And then they always say the same shit. They're like, man, you know what? These guys, like, they're A, B, C, and D. And then the next person 2 years later is like, man, you know what? There's Twitter left it. They're A, B, C, and D, you know? Like, yeah.
no,
Everyone just gets there at a different point, you know?
spreading really nasty propaganda or calling someone like me a fucking apartheid genocidal maniac and all that stuff and retweeting cartoons of Ela murdering.
Bro.
Little
His-
neo-Nazi cartoons, by the way. You
That
pointed
is.
it
I
out.
mean, isn't that something?
No, yeah. I mean, the irony of that was not lost on me.
Sigma Dan.
Makes you. I don't know. It makes me. But again, the beautiful thing was that this whole AB sent it to me, and then I guess a lot of people were seeing it, and that to me was very nice. That to
I
me
feel
was-
like when people start accusing you of genocide, that's usually like, I feel like that's you over the line, you know? That's like the real rite of passage. Everything else is just kind of like easing you towards that final fucking hurdle.
was very meaningful, and it, it really did. It says a lot because, like, the reaction that I saw people having to that was really simply a reaction to somebody, an Israeli American, or
The final
even
one.
somebody
Yeah.
on.
Stop.
Because listen,
Stop.
I'm fully aware that the media in America, especially, and I think in most Western countries right now, are like vastly, vastly on the side of Israel, are
Yep.
like uncritically supportive of Israel.
Here, this is a poll.
And politicians, especially, which is the worst part, who are just like
Speed up.
enabling the worst things that Israel is doing.
Saw this on NPR this morning.
So
Just to put the pylon in perspective.
this is important to remember. Publicly supports Israel is the like teal column.
Yes.
So
God,
overall,
America is
65%
such a
support
shit. Like, Democrats were not like this last month. No, they were fucking, oh God.
Israel. Gray is they
Gray
don't
is
care.
unsure,
and
and
then the yellow, which is what number is that?
8%.
They criticize Israel. Now that as a whole is insane. I mean, 8% criticize Israel. That's crazy. I mean,
Yeah.
that
We gotta get those numbers up.
so like I want to bear in mind. Again, I'm trying to look at all this from the high level. Is that at the end of the day, however much you'll hear me trying to speak up for the Israeli perspective and talking about a lot of the propaganda that I see against Israelis and Jews and the kind of
I saw a UK poll, maybe I can find it, but it showed Israel Palestine and people more supportive of Palestine, then it flips last week, and then it's starting to close back in because of what's happening in Gaza, which actually means there are people in society who are unironically just the meme of the guy with the chip going into his brain and then taking it out, like, current thing. Okay, current thing. Like, look at this. See, this is the massacres in Israel, and then now we got Gaza bombing, and you got Palestine going back up again. So the ground invasion is going to probably flip it back, which means there are actually just people out there like, I love Israel, I love Israel. I love Palestine, I love... It's just... Then Hezbollah gets involved. I love Israel, I love it. And then fucking Lebanon gets nuked. I love Israel. No, I hate Israel. I hate Israel. That's okay. Average voter. Yeah.
Radical language that I'm seeing that I think is dangerous. I want to make it very clear that I understand that looking at this poll, the big problem is Israel, okay, and the uncritical support that people have for it. But at the same time, I do think it's important to convey Israelis as complex human beings and not caricatures of that they're all genocidal monsters, because that's not productive at all. Like, how can you say that you want peace?
I love it how you guys are like, oh, Loaderbox, you know that they could be moving towards unsure rather than between Israel and Palestine. Okay, okay, wow. Wow, you mean I wasn't actually subjecting this poll to critical analysis, and I was doing a fucking meme. Die in a game. Dye your hair.
That you want change, that you're an activist, meaning that you're activating for change. You can't achieve that by looking at the enemy, quote unquote enemy, as one-dimensional people. There's such a huge diversity of people in Israel, and by the way, right now the majority of them fucking hate the government and blame the government. I'll also say that. I mean, everything that's happening now is the direct actions of a extremely conservative, violent, genocidal government that was made by Benjamin Netanyahu out of desperation to hold on to power. He made a coalition.
I saw a news item that we'll probably watch in a minute from the BBC. Wait, hang on. Just to be double check. I think the person I'm thinking about is, it seems that even, what party was this guy from? It seems that even the Israeli right or center right are kind of aware now that the no Palestinian state option or no Palestinian peace option is what brought us here. That the position of the Israeli right is, I think there might be some indication that they're actually accepting that. Some only like one person, like one leader said, like ex-leader said it. I was like, oh, that's really surprising. Unless I'm missing something. But that would be kind of incredible.
Basically, Israeli Nazis. I mean, they're like fascists. I mean, that's what they're trying to do. And what's interesting is right before this, there was massive protests in Israel because Netanyahu and his fascist party was trying to basically declaw the judicial system to put any meaningful checks on the executive branch. So they were trying to do a massive power grab, which is definitely a symptom of a fascist government. And there was massive protests in Israel against that, including a huge percentage of IDF members who refused to report to duty. Like 20% or something, who refused to report to duty because of their efforts to
20%
declaw the judicial system.
Bro, he just did everything that's everything I say about it. And also, I can't say judicial properly. Judicial. I can say it now because I had to practice it. But anyway. Appalachian Anarchist with the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Me, Felix, with the 199. How was the end of the panel last night? It was about as good as the start of the panel. I might be doing an interview with Lauren Northern in the coming days. She wants to interview me. She also seems convinced that I lied about the peace process in the early 2000s. But I don't know what I could have got wrong there. It seems to be that there were like 3 or 4 proposals put forward that Arafat was a lot more keen on than Sharon was. I don't know why. I don't know what I could have got wrong there.
Ben. Is that for BB? Are we in BB's
that's
walls?
Pretty good. Ben. That is Benjamin Netanyahu.
Lucky Hooch, thanks for the tier 1 sub.
Oh no.
Study up on those homie beards.
And
does anyone know? As far as I know, the only argument against Taba, Geneva, and all that is that it happened during the Second Intifada, and it was okay for Israel to not want to negotiate during the Second Intifada because Arafat wasn't calling it off. But I'm like, the First Intifada, there were peace talks happening during and just after that. So I don't know why. But also, that's not why Sharon refused the talks. Sharon didn't refuse the talks because of the Intifada. And we know that because Sharon led protests against peace talks before the Intifada. He had other reasons, ulterior. You can only do peace talks while you're at peace. Like, see that? You just made that up, Repli. That's not true. In apartheid South Africa, the violence was never called off until the very end. The violence was never called off until the constitution was changed. Oh, I got you. You're doing a meme. Okay. But yeah, I don't know.
How many people did he murder?
Maybe you could probably make a critique. Maybe you could do a critique of Arafat for not trying to rein in the worst excesses of the Intifada. That's probably true, but that still doesn't negate the fact that Sharon was just like, nah, not interested. Not even a starter. Yeah, fuck it.
I'm watching the news heavily.
I think I'm probably good for that.
I want to be as supportive as possible of what the Palestinians are going through, while also providing what I think is an important Israeli perspective on things. For example, a 6-year-old kid was murdered in Chicago.
Oh my God, this story is so fucking
by his crazed landlord who hates Muslims and Palestinians. I don't think he's Jewish. He's just a fucking maniac.
Yeah.
But regardless, it doesn't really matter.
But
that's a result of the kind of crazed coverage you see by politicians in America and most of the media, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of funny, actually. It was posted by, I acknowledge that, oh yeah, see, dude, I can't, it's so fucking sad. It's so sad, dude. This beautiful child. And so, like, you know, hate crimes are up. By the way, for Jews and...
Why did someone in chat say that there were anti-Hamas protests happening in Gaza? I mean, there have been not too long ago, but are there actually now? Are there anti-Hamas protests happening right now? You fucking kidding me? No. Wait, what? I don't believe you. Who the fuck said that? Where? I Googled it and I'm seeing I feel like that would be... Yeah, there's no fucking way they've organized an anti-Hamas protest. What are you talking about? They're blaming Israel. Like, stop. I don't... What the fuck? Yeah, no, I don't think I've seen that. I don't know why someone said that. Maybe it's just there's old news about it. Like, it's not like... Yeah, whatever. Grassroots Hegemon with the $5. Thanks for not being a huge terrorist simp. I'm a conservative, but I've learned a ton listening to you. Any book recommendations? It depends on what? On Palestine? I like the 100 Years' War book by Rashid Khalidi. That's a good one. Maybe 10 Myths About Israel by Ilan Pape. Apparently that's quite good, although I haven't read that one. I can tell from the fucking headings that it's good, though.
Muslims / Palestinians, Arabs, whatever. But this was certainly just the worst thing that came out of this that I saw over the weekend. I mean, what the fuck? Look at this beautiful child. How could you do that?
Genuinely don't know. Can't even imagine.
And then, like, you know, if you of all the Israelis that I fucking criticize and hate the most, besides the government, are the Western settlers, who are literally monsters.
Mm.
Over the weekend, settlers killed like 60 people in the West Bank's families.
Jesus.
You have that story?
I don't. I saw something about it. It's just been such a deluge of horrifying news.
How can this happen? Like, the amount of, I think it's like 50 people have been killed by settlers in Gaza now. How could you watch what happened to your people in the south of Israel and then just go and do the same shit over in the West Bank? Like, how the fuck?
How many people did he murder?
How do you know it's true?
How many people did he murder?
How do I know that 50 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza by settlers? What are you talking about? Okay.
I even keep up. Let's see.
Because it's in all the news. All the news told me so. Thanks for the $2, Appalachian Anarchist. Thank you. Another one.
By the way, these settlers are armed and enabled by the government. I saw a video of a dude, a crazed settler. He was having
No, it wasn't settlers mostly, but there was but there was like that guy. There was that guy who the settler ran up to and just fucking shot him in the stomach, right? Eugh.
Argument with a Palestinian guy. He had a rifle in his hand, a military-grade rifle, and Israeli settlers take advantage of Gaza chaos to attack Palestinians in West Bank. Settlers and soldiers have killed 51 Palestinians in West Bank since Saturday. At least 2 Palestinian villages have been entirely depopulated.
Yeah, this is the same one I was looking at.
I saw a video of I mean, he's having an argument with a Palestinian guy, and he's obviously you can't tell what they're talking about because it's filmed from really far away. But he has a military-grade rifle. The Palestinian guy's standing like this. The settler charges towards him like really aggressively. The Palestinian guy's got his hands up. He's not moving because he's not like hands up like surrendering. He's just trying to show that he's not threatening him physically. Like I'm not trying to fight you. And the settler, he pushes him, and then like slowly and deliberately lifts his rifle and shoots him in the stomach. And there's an IDF soldier standing right behind him. That just like waves him back to safety because behind him, like 20 feet, was a group of his friends. I'm assuming, and it's you see this a lot when you see footage of Palestinians, but the way that they swoop in and picked him up and carried him off for medical care was like so routine to them. You can tell they were so fast and efficient at carting off their friend who was shot. And it's they're really efficient at it because they're doing it all the time.
Oh, the Israeli police guy who threatened the journal. That video is so funny. Ahmed handled it like a fucking god. Where is that video? Oh god, it's so funny. Wait. Sam Newman, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Cynic96 with $7.99 Australian. You're a king for sitting through that abysmal panel yesterday. Sunday sitting there with an octopus in his head was exactly the respect it deserved. Yeah, that panel was wacky. Oh, where's the Ahmed guy? Fuck. I don't think I'll find it. I don't know.
And this guy, I don't.
Yeah.
How many people did he murder?
It's so
How
good,
many
man.
people did he murder?
This is just one of the best videos I've ever seen. The way he handles it.
الإسرائيليين خلال الأيام الماضية
ما أنت مدافع
رجعني بشدور
بس ما أنت بشدور
كما
ما أنت مدافع ما أنت مدافع ما מעניין אותי אם אתה בשידור
מדווח מה אומר דובר צה"ל
מה אומר דובר צה"ל? מקווה מאוד שאתם אומרים דברים טובים הבנת אותי? מקווה מאוד שאתם אומרים דברים טובים וכל החמאס האלה צריכים לשחוט אותם הבנת אותי?
בסדר
כי אם אתם לא תדווחו את האמת אוי ואבוי לכם
الآن لمراسلنا أحمد راوشة خلال مشاركته معنا على الهواء من أسدود ما الذي كان يقوله لك أحمد؟ عناصر من الشرطة الإسرائيلية يحاولون أو يراقبون ما الذي نتحدث وخرج مرة واحدة للصراخ بهذه الطريقة وللتهديد بطبيعة الحال. تهديد جديد للطواقم الصحفية كما نرى على الشاشة. عنصر من الشرطة الإسرائيلية يتدخل أثناء مشاركة زميلنا أحمد راوشة معنا على الهواء من أسدود. ليس هذا بالطبع هو التدخل طبعا هو مسلح يحمل مسدس.
I think we need some giga chats in the chat for Ahmed over here.
الآن ذهبوا من هذه المنطقة لكنه
he deserves all the happiness.
وكان معه عناصر مسلحون داخل السيارة.
Yeah, that fucking cop. Jesus. Or is the translation saying, oh, the guy was telling him to say good things about the IDF. You can only report that we need to wipe out Hamas. And then he just turns his face to the camera and says, we're gonna grind Gaza to dust or some shit. Yeah, fuck. Mike Hunt with the 2 Canadian. I really appreciate that. I've seen you on panels before. You seem based. Oh, I really appreciate that.
I don't think he's been punished. I don't think he's even been
Mike Hunt
investigated because he's doing what he's meant to be doing. Also in Gaza, the Israeli government has been telling everybody to evacuate Gaza City, which is a city of like A million?
1.1 million?
1.1 million. Again, it's worth mentioning that 50% of them are under 18.
The guy lacked nuance. He did lack nuance. That's true.
40% of them
Ahmed doesn't
are
lack
under
nuance
14.
though.
They're being ordered to mass evacuate out of Gaza City because Israel's planning a ground invasion to try to root out Hamas. And
Which I think is starting today. Before I went live, I was seeing that it looks like they're staging to go in now.
I have to say, I'm quite surprised that it took this long because they said they were going to go in after 24 hours. And I think that the international community, Biden, has been putting a lot of pressure on them to ease the fuck up.
I hope so, at least behind the scenes. Publicly.
The Rafah border the crossing is still closed, isn't it? Although I think Biden has pushed Israel to accept it being opened. I think that's the last thing we heard. But it's probably only going to be to get aid in. I don't think. Why didn't Ahmed condemn Hamas?
As he is, I think. There's quote unquote good news, but that they opened back up the means for water, electricity, fuel, and medical aid. So that is coming back into Gaza.
From
finally.
the Egyptian border, right?
Yeah. Or I don't know, because the Egyptians closed their border too, so I'm not even sure where it's coming. I don't know the logistics.
No, I think
it might be coming from boats. I don't know.
No.
It's like aids.
No, my understanding is the relief columns are coming in from the Rafah crossing. It's called down in.
Okay, so
Egypt. But isn't it on Israel? Wait, isn't it on Israel to allow it to? Hang on. What was Biden trying to press Israel to do? Was it not to? It's to get the water back on. I'm so sorry. I fucked up. Sorry.
So anyway, they're letting it back in, and
What a strange mistake.
and Israel, which controls the utilities, the water, electricity,
that's
and gas, which was turned off for like a week.
I think since the day after the attack, right? Or within a few days?
Yeah, was restored.
Oh, I hadn't seen that.
Yeah, that was what Biden did. Yeah,
That it was restored. Yeah, I heard last night that they opened back up the flow
maybe I haven't seen that.
of utilities. But again, you think about, I look at this one child and it breaks my heart. This kid who was murdered by this psychotic maniac.
The one in Chicago?
Yeah. But then you think 40% of the 2 million people that live in Gaza are under 14. That's like, 800,000 kids. And Israel cut off food from entering for like a week. Food. People were starving. I saw people were rationing off their food to their kids while the parents didn't eat anything. Like they literally didn't have food. It was like a frenzy trying to get a pita bread from like the bakery. How fucking crazy is that? It makes no sense. Like what? And again, like I don't even see the defense. Like how do they even defend that? Like how is that how does that benefit the military to cut off food?
I don't get why people are surprised about Israel's actions. What did Hamas expect when they slaughtered entire villages? Palestinians signed their own death sentences. Okay, we're gonna IQ check. We're gonna IQ check people who use Hamas as synonymous with Palestinians. Go into the fucking tanky chats. They agree with you.
Food. Because here's the thing. Hamas has stockpiles of equipment. They are prepared for a ground invasion. They have a vast network of tunnels, and they're stocked up on that shit. So the people who are definitely not starving is Hamas. They're the only people not starving. So I don't understand even the military justification for doing that. And water?
It does just seem like cruelty. I'm not seeing anything about them. I think that they still have all the utilities cut off.
Hold on. Water was definitely turned back on.
Let's see, water turned.
Yeah, I'm seeing this one article. Israel restores water supply to southern Gaza to encourage evacuation of north.
Yeah, they did that.
Okay.
I think even a couple days ago.
Got it. I mean, yeah.
That's kind of important.
Water's pretty important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So having
Emma Marco with the €5. Thank you very much. Do Maronites like Israel? Because from my limited knowledge, they fought together in the Civil War, so it would make sense to like them. No. Well, I don't know, actually. My Maronite relatives don't like Israel at all. I imagine the Civil War thing was like the enemy of my enemy kind of thing, because they both didn't like Muslims, or yeah, fuck, I don't know. I would imagine, but that's just a guess.
said all that because I want to emphasize again that I want to look at this all from the highest vantage point possible, and while fully acknowledging
different perspectives.
Thank you, Gary. That's Gary Vee approves of mine. I'm just listen, guys. I'm just doing what Gary Vee told me to do.
Yeah.
He's my
Now put that phone down. Different perspectives.
Oh, and you got rid of Twitter. You listen.
perspectives.
You've been silenced.
I've been silenced.
Oh, your screen is frozen, Dan.
Yeah, I see that.
Is that okay? And so, while fully acknowledging the plight of Palestinians, under the government of Israel, under the violence that's being on active. Oh yeah, the other thing I didn't say is that a caravan was apparently bombed while they were going south, like the army told them to do. 70 people died. Again, 40% of those are kids. Whenever you hear people dying, 40% are kids. It's terrifying.
It really is.
It's horrible.
You see what's going on at the White House today?
What?
I actually just saw it right before we went live. Let me pull it up. Basically, there's a huge demonstration by an American Jewish group outside the White House calling for ceasefire.
Oh, I've seen. Yeah, that's nice. I've seen. I mean,
It's a
there's a lot
pretty
of
big
Jews out
crowd,
there.
too.
So there's a lot of Jews out there.
Jews?
In particular, American Jews, or just non-Israeli Jews, I guess I should say.
There are a lot of Israeli Jews as well.
Sure. I mean, naturally, here in the States, it's going to be American Jews primarily.
Oh, there's a lot of crazy ass Israel supporters here in America too. Like, damn. I mean, Hamas was saying like the media coverage in Israel is way more nuanced even than our conservative coverage here.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah, no. And I've continued to see that. It's shocking.
Which again is something that people need to bear in mind when they look at Israelis as one-dimensional, just people that hate Arabs and want to kill them, is that the Israeli media has long been very critical. Even when I lived there, these newspapers like Haaretz and
Jerusalem Post.
there's the J Post, which I don't think is super liberal, but the Haaretz in particular has always been extremely critical of what Israel's doing when the war crimes are happening. And Haaretz is one of the most popular papers in Israel. So I'm just telling you guys that we need to view these people all as complex, three-dimensional beings. So again, the reason I say all that, not the reason, but now that I've said all that about what's happening in Gaza and the West Bank, frankly, or just Palestinians in general, because I want people to bear in mind that they are the victims, okay? They are the ones being they're the ones that are being, put in a ghetto and being rounded up and fucked with and murdered. Okay, so fully acknowledging that. But then here's where people lose their mind is that when I want to talk about Israelis as human beings, they don't want to fucking hear it. There was some stuff I saw that was just so disturbing over the weekend.
Uh-oh.
Let me see.
Who is disturbing?
This one.
What's disturbing?
Now, this clip is, I think she is a Hassan mod, I think, just like Frogan. And so Hassan is not associated with them. This, again, I don't say that to put blame on him, but these are a lot of the people that are watching the Leftovers episodes. And so anyway, here's her take, and then I'll respond to it.
The conscription is mandatory, but you can go to jail for like a couple months if you refuse to join. There have been lots of people who have protested their government by doing so. And I get that that's a big sacrifice to ask of the Israeli people that live there, but...
Holy shit, chat, stop. Jesus Christ. You know, I don't even need to say what I'm telling you to stop doing. Holy fuck.
I'm just personally not a fan of I had to do it. I was forced to do it. I feel like you start getting really close to like Nuremberg trial type shit there.
So she's trying to compare anyone drafted into the IDF mandatory conscription to being a fucking Nazi.
Wait, what did she say?
Do it.
The conscription is mandatory, but you can go to jail for like a couple months if you refuse to join. There have been lots of people who have protested their government by doing so. And I get that that's a big sacrifice to ask of the Israeli people that live there, but I'm just personally not a fan of I had to do it. I was forced to do it. I feel like you start getting really close to like Nuremberg trial type shit there.
Oh. So she's trying to compare anyone drafted into the IDF mandatory conscription to being a fucking Nazi. Now, if you need an update on the Nuremberg trials, and I'm not gonna be super mean. Okay, I'm gonna be charitable to her, but I just want to talk about this point. Okay, the Nuremberg trials was held by the Allies after World War II ended to charge prominent Nazis with war crimes. It was like 20 people. They were admirals, SS officers, people that had an active role in exterminating Jewish people. 20 of them. So comparing someone who's conscripted to the IDF as a fucking Nazi is pretty
He's not
rich.
actually going to burn through all of Hassan's associates. Is he going to do a mic from PA next?
And let me tell you what, IDF is not like Western armies as we understand it. The IDF is ingrained into the culture, the fabric of society there. Because it's mandatory, because it's conscription, because it's so large, the IDF has so many different roles in society. There's so many different jobs that you can have in the IDF. Also, like, people want to say this about Eli. I mean, she served in the IDF, like, at this point, God, it must have been like 15, 20 years ago. So, like...
I feel like after last week, it should be quite clear that there are legitimate reasons to join the IDF, right? Like, it's you can disagree with most of what they do, but if there had been no IDF, like there wasn't enough IDF on last week. That's why the fucking response was so delayed. They were all stretched across the West Bank and shit. Like, fuck. Unless you're suggesting that, like, it would be better if just, like, everyone took jail time instead of joining the IDF, and then what would happen to Israel? They would just get flattened. I don't think there's any ambiguity now of, like, what would happen if Israel, like, threw down their arms, right? If Israel threw down their arms, you would have Hezbollah in from the north and Hamas in from the south. Probably some other wankers would join in, and then they would all just die. Like, shit. Anyway.
It's different. If you're being drafted right now and you're like, I don't want to go. I mean, okay, I get that. But like, you can't look at anyone who's in the IDF and say Nuremberg trial. That's fucked up.
I mean, okay, I'm going to try and be charitable to her position here and push back a little bit. I think that's probably a poor analogy to draw because of the historical association with Nazis and extermination of Jews.
Ooh,
what she's trying to say is that the excuse of just following orders has been found to not be sufficient to people.
Dude,
now,
okay.
but that's in reference to specific.
20 people were tried in the Nuremberg, approximately. I don't know the exact number.
Right.
Following
Yeah,
orders.
they didn't try the Wehrmacht, right? They tried officers and shit. Yeah.
I mean, it's just not a fair characterization to say. The vast majority of people in the IDF are not on the front line killing people. The majority of the people, it's a small percent of the IDF that's even on the front line taking on combat, I would say. And so this notion that every IDF person is just following orders, it dehumanizes them.
Yeah, I mean,
it dehumanizes them. And I'll say this. It makes it sound like they're all valid targets of terrorism. It's this one attitude that I have a problem with, is saying like every Israeli is a settler. Because if that's the case, settler babies, then everybody is fair game to war and terror and violence. That's what.
Raster attachment with the $2. Really appreciate that. Hassan isn't bringing his best waiting rooms. I wanted to see if he does Mike from PA. I think Mike is probably the one who's probably said the craziest shit, right? Like, Frogan was pretty bad. Yeah, Michael. Mike must have said some insane shit by now, right?
What this does. If you're in the IDF, which is basically 99% of all Israelis, and I'll let you know, although I don't think this girl cares, but just to explain, you're 18 when you join the IDF. You're not a woke. You're not mentally developed. Like,
That's more along the lines of my thinking, that you have, I mean, this systematic problem of mass conscription and universal conscription.
You've also known you've also probably seen rockets go off. You probably also know at least someone who died, or you know someone who's lost someone. That's pretty typical. I don't know. It's silly.
I mean, the military does. I mean, even if you're not on the front lines, like you said, or if somebody's like a secretary like Ela, you can argue that you're still a part of the machine and contributing to these acts. However, I mean, this is a society that you are indoctrinated into from a very young age, and I think a lot of us, I think everyone would like to think that they would have that attitude, that they're a 17-year-old kid and that they would have the moral character to say no and to go to jail and to be ostracized by their peers as a result. And I would like to think that if I was in that position, I would do that. But how can I really say that? How can anybody really say that without living like that?
If you don't join the military in Israel, you're basically a social outcast. You can't even find work afterward.
Right. There's
you're disowned. You're shunned by your family,
which is terrible, and is a problem. And
I can just hear all the tanky brains going, "Oh, I think about the poor SS soldiers who get bullied if they don't join." You can't reason with those people who make those arguments. HMRS with a 500 RSD. How responsible are the people in Gaza for Hamas? Get the impression pro-Palestinians don't address Hamas at all or well, and act like it's just there and nothing can be done about it. Appreciate your coverage. Hamas won an election in 2006, right? They won a parliamentary, so they didn't win the presidential. Abbas won that by a landslide. And then Hamas wins the parliamentary a year later in 2006. And then after that, the PA suspended elections. No one recognized Hamas. There was a war, and then Gaza won and took over Gaza. No, Hamas won and took over Gaza. So ever since then, Hamas have just had like uncontested control over Gaza. They've been able to crush opposition. They've got Iran backing them and shit. Like it's all like there's a state there where people can start running other parties, and Hamas are not running elections within Gaza. So it's like, And then also they abuse their position to like educate people in all their schools, and they can affect the systems, and they can affect like the propaganda that gets put out to everyone. So yeah, Hamas have got like, they've had a bit of a stranglehold. I don't really know how much you can blame the average Gazan for Hamas. It's just a bit weird. And even if there are people in Gaza, there definitely are people in Gaza who support Hamas because they do have popularity, that they do oscillate. But again, they don't deserve to die for that. It's just like, it's really, but they can't get rid of Hamas either. I don't know how they could do that. Like
How many people?
how you could in that environment, how they could organize to get rid of Hamas. Like who would even replace them? Just like a mob. I don't know. Josh Judge with the £5. Really appreciate that. There was just an ISIS-inspired terrorist attack in Belgium 3 hours ago. The attacker is still on the loose. Yeah, I saw it going. Yeah.
And speaks to kind of the sickness that's going on in that society. But I don't know. To put that on a bunch of teenagers that likely don't know anybody. I don't know.
They're 18 years old. They don't have fucking any experience in the world. Okay, they're only.
People did he murder?
Oh, so these protests were in July. This is what someone showed me. Okay. Wait, the Times of Israel always tries to pull up my email, I think. Thousands take to streets in Gaza in rare public protests against Hamas. Oh, there you go. And I imagine some people got arrested. Police destroyed cell phones of people who were filming. Several arrests. So, Hamas rules with an iron fist. Free Gaza from Hamas. This is over taxation, I think, wasn't it? And fees, yeah. There was no immediate comment from Hamas authorities. They were busy on the fucking jet skis in Doha.
Experience growing up has been a lot of propaganda that, you know, I myself heard when I was living there. And so, I'm sorry, but, and by the way, the IDF is not a monolith. There's such a huge swath of types of different people because, like I said, it's not like how we understand the military. And
could you consider changing the dono sound? The laugh annoys me really bad. If anyone wants to suggest to me a new sound, just do it, and I will poll chat on whether or not they want me to change it.
America or other Western countries, I don't know.
What we'll do.
It's everybody.
Democracy.
Everybody. It's part. And by the way, besides, you know, what's happening with Palestinians, there are legitimate security issues and legitimate jobs that the army does have to do, not just militarily, for the country. So people have this civic duty, the civic expectation to undergo this. And so to compare them all like Nuremberg trials is just, again, it's the dehumanization. We're not achieving anything when we look at them all like Nazi war criminals. Okay? How the fuck are you ever going to achieve any kind of understanding or peace as a leftist activist if you're going to just dismiss all Israelis, 99% of them who've been in the IDF, as Nuremberg Nazis, one-dimensional, hateful cowards even. They're all cowards.
No way. I know.
And I love how she's like, yeah, you can go to jail for a couple months. I don't think she has any idea what she's talking about.
Oh.
What's the punishment for not going to the army? I know you go to jail. I don't know for how long. It's a lot. I think it's longer than months.
I thought it was a couple. I think it's a couple years, but
yeah, it's a couple years. It's not a good time. And like, dude, at least be honest. Don't be like, oh yeah, you go there for a couple of weeks. It's no big deal.
Let's see.
It's not a good
refusal to serve.
All right, let me just do a little recording.
Loner box. How can you smarmy cuck bastard, tell anybody about the
Okay. We're going to have to open Premiere if we're going to do this. All right. Let's see if we can be quick. Okay. The Dark Canuck with a tier 2 sub. Thank you so much. Good to travel this mile with you. I really appreciate that. All right, guys. Let's do some chopperinos.
Loner box. How can you smarmy.
Now we just have to make a clip here, right? Because we don't need the how can you.
Loner box. You smarmy cuck bastard.
Nice. We got him. Cross dissolve. No, just need the fades. That's it. Big fade. Why? The fuck? Don't want any clipping. Cuck bastard. Okay. We export. Media. I need a fucking WAV file, don't I? A WAV. Cuck bastard. Let's put it on the desktop. I don't have enough stuff on the desktop. Yeah. Okay, successful.
IDF.
Ben.
Yeah.
90 days? I mean, that is just 3 months.
90 days?
I'm trying to find a better source here.
Bro, I
Did you
want to
ask
spend
ChatGPT?
90 days in
I did
jail.
not
Fuck
ask
up.
ChatGPT.
Let me ask
I was
ChatGPT.
looking for a direct source. Here's an Reader's article about it.
GP's out.
All right, let's see what ChatGPT says. Let's see. Those who dodge the draft without exemption can face consequences, criminal penalties. Evasion of military service is a criminal offense under Israel.
Dan's responded on Twitter. What's she saying? Hey, Ethan, I saw you watched a clip of my stream, and I appreciate you saying that you weren't trying to attack me. I do, however, feel like my position was misconstrued and the clip was lacking context. If you want, we can discuss online or offline. Thanks, smiley face. Yeah, there you go. I feel like compared to the Frogan response, this is very well measured and all right. I think Frogan got a bit outclassed there. All right, hang on.
Israeli law. Those who are found guilty can face prison. The duration can vary based on individual circumstances, and it's at the discretion of a military court. Civil penalties, in addition to potential jail time, individuals who evade the draft might also encounter civil penalties. They might be denied certain government benefits or job opportunities. Yeah. Social
like
stigma. This is an illegal penalty, but it's worth noting that serving in the IDF is a significant rite of passage in Israeli society. Those who evade
Wait, did you say that you can lose social, like you can lose like welfare and stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, you become like you become a total outcast.
Service guarantees citizenship, right? From Starship Troopers. It's like
just trying to compare them to fascists. Oh no.
Literally that.
I don't know about like removing. Yeah, they make your life hell. They do. They make your life hell.
It's a bit fucked up.
Limitation on travel.
It's probably not a good way to live, you know?
Oh, wait, here. The social stigma. It's worth noting that the IDF is a significant rite of passage in Israeli society. The thing is, kids don't go off to college like they do here. Like go off to college and you're on your own. In Israel, it's the army. It is such a part of the culture there. When you finish high school, you go to the army, and that's your coming of age experience.
Year.
Yeah, exactly. That's how they do that.
Crazy.
Those who evade service might face social stigma or be viewed less favorable by certain segments of the population. Limitations on travel.
Okay, so I think we changed it. I think we changed the super chat alert. You guys want to give it a try? Kendrick, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Gifted. Really appreciate that. Hey.
Draft dodgers might find their ability to travel outside of Israel is limited, as they can be arrested upon their return. There are exemptions. This part is the fucking worst. The religious folks don't have to serve. Is that crazy? Crazy. Like they're forcing them to fight for these pieces of shit that won't even fight themselves. Medical or psychological examinations, stuff like that, can get you exempted.
So if you're an Orthodox Hasidic Jew, you don't have to go into the IDF.
There was some, no.
There are religious
Gift subs won't do it as a super chat thing. But thanks, Replicator, for the tier 1 sub.
exceptions.
There was a really weird rule because the religious Orthodox in Israel, although it's not a huge percent of the population, it is a powerful one because everybody's always trying to get them involved in their coalition. And of course, they're super conservative, and they're part of Netanyahu's coalition. But they carved out at one point this fucking idea that their service to the state is they're just studying the Bible, and that's just as important. They get an exemption so they can study the Torah. Crazy, right? So again, the purpose of me talking about this clip and all this is not, I'm not trying to malign her. I understand where she's coming from, right? It's easy to, you know what? I totally understand where she's coming from. It's easy to look at it and be like, you know, just don't join the IDF. But I want to explain how much more complicated it is than that. Lest leftists look at all Israelis as fair game.
No, it hasn't failed.
In the war
just
of
wait and see,
extermination. And let me ask you this. I mean, listen.
Wait.
A lot of the leftists that
Let me check if the audio file works.
Loner box.
Yeah, it does. Okay, it's fine. It'll come. Don't worry. Hasn't even gone on the screen yet. Thanks, Jeff Morris, for the $2. And Dark Canuck with the 2 Canadian 79. Really appreciate that.
Listening to and hearing about that I've talked about. They say that every Israeli is a occupier and they deserve anything that happens to them in the revolution.
Bam.
And so if you look at every Israeli as an occupier, what exactly is your plan for working this out in the end? So we have this idea of achieving peace. Why does it delay? Right?
I don't know.
So I ask those of you who proudly say all Israelis are occupiers and valid targets for the freedom fighters of Hamas. I ask this very simple question. What happens to Israel when, I guess, they want like all the
JCL with the 499
group up and invade? I don't know. I think that's their hope.
$5 for
what
Mr.
happens
Smart
to all
Me,
of these
for...
quote settlers, the 5-6 million Israelis, who are all fair game? You see what I'm saying? Like, we can't use the genocide happening in Gaza to justify potentially another one. We have to be morally consistent. We have to be against violence of civilians and the freedom of people everywhere. Even if you fucking hate them, a lot of these people hate Israel and Israelis. You are too quick to become the monster that you're condemning. And I'm not saying that she's doing this. I'm just saying I see the path that they're walking and where it's leading to. That was just one example. I didn't like.
There's only 6 million Israelis. 6.5, 6, yeah, thereabouts. Ken and Ree with a 420. Really appreciate that. Nothing clever to say. Big Donk Energy with a €5. I'm just happy we don't have to listen to the Pearl cackle. Really appreciate that. It's not Pearl. It's not Pearl. What? Okay, I'm gonna have to actually read out super chats and subs like at a particular time. We're gonna have to go through them like Vosh does. We're gonna have to do a segment responding to chats. Holy shit. Okay, we're gonna do that from now on. Okay.
And like that, but you know, again, no hate to her. I'm just trying to explain my perspective on this.
Unless it's TTS, I guess I'll respond to that.
This one was really, really fucked up, man. And the reason I show this one is just the amount of engagement and skepticism that it got.
Mike from PA.
Here is, I don't even know if I can show this. Can you do one where it's blurred out? Or actually, I don't know. It's important to show for the context.
Does he actually do Mike from PA? Or no?
So.
You talking about this one?
There's no body. There's just blood in it.
YouTube will. I mean, if you're concerned about that, I'm pretty sure YouTube will.
They demonetize it.
Yeah. You can just describe it.
So, this was a photo release. Oh, thank you, AB. Oh, AB, what the fuck?
I don't think you go over Mike from PA.
So here's the photo. Okay. It's cropped because the bottom depicts a really bloody scene of dried blood. And then next to it is a coloring book, also covered in blood, except there's splatters of pink on the paper. And so the fine people of Twitter, who are now all forensic blood splatter experts, have all agreed that this photo is fake. Blood on the book is pink. Blood when it's wet is red, and it turns into a darker color when it dries. Okay, thank you to the forensic expert, Linlin. Basic facts, so why is it pink? This tweet had like 100,000 likes, like 10 million views. And if you look into this, it's all over the place of people co-signing this, liking it. So what's happening here? They're looking at the scene of a child who was butchered by Hamas, and they're saying that it's fake. They're saying not only is it fake, but Israel is lying to us about
Loaderbox, you
people dying.
smarmy
Like there is
bastard.
right before our eyes, on a much smaller scale, this historical revisionism. You know, it's in the same vein as Holocaust denialism.
Loaderbox, you smarmy
We know kids died. We know lots of kids died.
I'm sorry.
So what does it? First of all, what does it even matter if it is fake? We know the kids died. That being said, it's definitely not fake. I like that these people think that the Israeli government is, at one hand, too dumb to properly stage a death scene because of a little pink splatter, and at the same time, they're too smart and cunning because we own the world. Or maybe that's not what maybe that's not fair. That's not a fair characterization.
The enemy is
But
strong and
imagine,
weak
like,
at the same time.
that you're having a whole debate over the scene where like a beautiful innocent child died, and you're all sitting there talking about how it didn't happen. You're sure it didn't happen. It's fake. I mean, I'm sorry. Once again, that's just.
Most of our chat is saying that it's fake.
It's not fake, you guys. I'm sorry to tell you. Why would you say it's fake? I mean, that's a horrible thing to say.
I don't know.
Especially, so you.
This is the first time hearing about any of this.
So let me ask you this. You think it's fake because there's a little pink splatter on the calendar. So is that enough? So this hunch that you have is enough to go and publicly call this site where a little girl was murdered that it never happened, that it was fake?
I see that there was a community tweet on that tweet.
It was
a community note.
Yeah, it's being brigaded by everybody. I saw a post of people being like, "Get in here and upvote this to say it's fake." Like it's a total bullshit.
Right. The note.
Guys, does he actually go over Mike from PA or not? You guys lying to me. I don't know if I want to watch all of this.
Not there anymore.
Yeah, I'm done of pink. But I guarantee you, in the complexity,
So
in the fucking bodily fluids being torn and bloodied all over the place, I'm not going to get caught up in the fact that there's a little splash of pink on a coloring book and sit there and talk and publicly say that this little girl who was killed by terrorists was faked. You better have a lot more evidence to say that shit. And again, why are we even discussing this? We know the kids died. This is straight up horrific propaganda. Bad. It's just horrible. And again, remember the context that I'm doing this all in the beginning, keeping in mind the plight of the Palestinians and the horrible shit that is happening every minute there. My goal in doing this is to maintain a level of humanity for all civilians. Because there's going to be a blowback from all this shit eventually, one way or another, you know what I mean? And I think people are going to have no problem just killing Israelis. And I think we saw enough people that are comfortable with what Hamas did that I think there's going to be a lot of people that are just pretty okay with killing Israeli civilians. And
I think one of the problems is
100% deserving. Everything I've seen from you on recent coverage has been bloody excellent and actually intelligent.
Thank you so much. What a kind comment. I think people are maybe not realizing that the anti-Semitic violence is probably mostly still going to come from right-wingers or fucking conservative Muslims, right? But the problem is that left-wingers and progressives, they just won't care. That's it. Like the right-wingers will attack Jews and progressives won't care. And I don't know what's going to happen with fucking Muslims as well, because they're going to get attacked too. They have been already.
Cuck bastard.
Fuck.
You smarmy cuck bastard.
And I'm sorry if that makes me, somehow insensitive, that I don't think civilians should die on either side. And I don't think it's appropriate to be guessing on the murder scene of a little, beautiful, innocent girl who was murdered by a terrorist, why she didn't actually die and why this is fake.
Cuck bastard.
Like, just think about it. Just think about what it means to say this is fake. You're saying to the vast majority of people engaging with this that this did not happen. And saying this did not happen leads to the Israelis are lying about everything. This leads to, I've heard people saying, the vast majority of the Hamas fighters, they were there peacefully. It was only a few that were bad. And again, it's like, this is historic revisionism.
Peacefully?
It's comparable to Holocaust denial. I mean, obviously on a way less scale, but it comes from the same place. Saying like, they're lying. They lie about everything. I genuinely don't think this photo is fake. And if you do think it's fake because of a community note that just had someone's opinion, and I saw screenshots, I saw lots of people being like, everybody get in here and upvote this.
It's a bad reason to say
note,
it's
just
fake.
brigading it.
It's a really shit
It was literally
reason
just
to say
someone's
it's fake.
opinion. It's not a fact. It's not an article. And again, I can't get over the fact, like, if the Israeli government is trying to stage a death scene, why the fuck would they put pink on the calendar? You think, like, how can you can't think of them as that dumb, and yet, you just can't.
Mostly
stupid. I don't know.
peaceful
Am I crazy? This
paragliders.
photo's not fake.
I don't know. I mean, I'm only seeing this for the first time. I'm just seeing that a lot of people think it's fake. I think it's kind of moot. I mean, I think we all agree that
Kids
innocent
died.
children died.
That's my point too. Is that
I think it is important in wartime to keep a skeptical mind about things that are coming out from official sources from both sides. So I can understand the skepticism, but I do agree that the full-chested
people are saying turn the chat off, Dan. Turn the chat off.
Okay,
turn it off. We don't need people sharing their opinion on this in chat.
Okay, bye bye.
The
Everybody.
point is that it did fucking happen.
Yeah, I mean,
and all this does is convince more people that somehow this didn't happen.
Right. Somebody sent, before we just turned off the chat, sent a super chat that said it reminds them of when right-wingers claim false flag on school shootings.
Yeah.
It does have kind of a similar energy. Different context, obviously. Very different context.
Dude,
but
every single piece of media I've seen about what happened to the civilians who were killed by Hamas is flooded by comments in the chat of saying it's fake, it looks fake, this didn't happen. Every time.
Yeah. But
go on TikTok, go on Twitter, go anywhere you read, go into the comment section. I'm just telling you that this is a dangerous sentiment to be putting forward. This is dangerous propaganda that you're interacting with here. What, Dan?
Oh, nothing.
That's my point on this. It happened. So what's the point of even being like, this is staged? Again, full acknowledgement of the 1,000+ kids that have died senselessly, murderously, tragically in Gaza and the horrific conditions they have. I talked about that. Ow.
Loner box. You
scratch my eye.
Cuck bastard.
Yeah, I'm okay. I talked about that.
I think that still the worst thing I saw on Twitter was someone saying that it was blood libel, that Israel was doing blood libel with the baby deaths. Like, what the fuck?
Length, okay? Because I don't want people to think that I'm not caring about that also. But I do think it matters to see propaganda for what it is. And that all humans, all civilians, are deserving of not being killed. Because imagine you're wrong, though. This is where the scene of where a little girl lost her life. And then you're just playing guesswork. You're playing games about if it's real or if it's fake. The girl died. That's real. Why would they need to fake? She died. She was murdered by terrorists. I don't think that's just a fact, right? Seems a little silly. Okay, so there's that. And then, let's see here. I'm going to close my doc. I'm almost done here, guys.
This guy's tweeting a lot, actually. Holy shit.
Exhausted with this. This was another story I wanted to share because there was a moment during our conversation when I said a lot of the people who were killed by Hamas were peace activists. And I knew that because I saw them on the TV. I saw their families talking about it. I read about them. And Hassan met me with a little bit of skepticism on that. And I think it's important to, again, in an act of humanizing Israeli citizens, bring you this story about Bilha and Yakovi were peace activists and the parents of a prominent activist, Moaz Enon. They were killed on Saturday. The couple were killed in their farming collective, which lies just north of Gaza. So this idea that,
aren't the people that live on kibbutz generally?
They're communists, bro.
They're like hippie.
Yes, they're communists.
Right. Yeah.
They're literally communists. It's fucking a communist organization.
Right. So I guess shouldn't be surprising that a lot of them.
I've seen a lot of people saying too, like anyone that's like either they're talking about the rave, anyone who's partying outside or living outside of a concentration camp deserves it. I need to express first of all how small Israel is. It is not a huge country, so people. It's not like there's a huge amount of diversity of places to live. A lot of Israel is just barren desert, too. So people are not going there to revel in the suffering of Gazans, as proof of this article here.
It was this guy, this piece of shit. This guy used to be in my Discord for a little bit. I don't know why. You did blood libel against Palestinians who live in the world's largest concentration camp. Even when you try to wipe the blood off your hands, they'll always be stained red. Fucking blood libel. Apparently the dead babies was blood libel. Like, fuck me. That's actually insane. That's one of the craziest things I've ever read on the internet.
That's it. And then so,
did you see the that video? It was like a 19-year-old girl who was on one of the kibbutz, and she posted.
Blood libel is when Jews were accused of murdering babies to use their blood for like religious rituals.
Did a video ranting about how disgusted she is with the government, how it's all their fault and everything.
Yeah.
That was like,
pull it up.
That video like crushed me.
But this is important for people to see because I'm just afraid that there's too many people out there who are becoming radicalized to think that Israelis are all genocidal maniacs. And I feel that it's important for me to, and I keep saying this, emphasize, here's the size of Israel, just to give you an idea. And by the way, like 60% of it is barren desert. So.
I also saw in Berlin, they were marking the doors of Jewish people's homes.
Yeah, that's not a good, that's not a good sign.
So that's, yeah.
That's what Moses did on Passover, though.
True. Did he do it? He did oh yeah, he drew swastikas on the door.
No, not swastikas. That's not what I'm saying.
He marked it in blood, right?
Yeah.
Send me that video. Did you find one with
Israel's not in Kansas. That's true.
Yeah, this is
Here, this is a girl.
Yeah, this is the video I was talking about.
So this is an Israeli girl 4 days after Hamas attacked.
This one was a...
There's a 19-year-old girl who survived the horrific massacre in the kibbutz Be'eri. I think that was the really horrific one where they were reporting that like 40 babies got killed. That was the one that really got fucked.
Yeah.
This is her message to fellow Israelis and to the world. Again, this is the type of people that you'll find on these kibbutz.
אני בת 19, מקיבוץ בארי.
I know that there's audio listeners. Should I guess maybe I'll read.
Maybe turn it down and you can just read along with what she's saying to translate.
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right.
Streamer
I'm 19 years old from kibbutz Be'eri. Well, here, I want some audio so I can hear her, the inflection in her voice.
Turn it up a little bit.
The worst thing, aside from hearing all of the names of the deceased, the missing and unaccounted for, and those taken captive, the worst thing at that moment was not lying in the dark in a bomb shelter, wasn't hearing the gunfire, wasn't even the real-time messages received from my fellow kibbutz members. People I've known since I've known myself, begging for help, and no one came. The worst thing for me, aside from the deceased, those held captive, and those who were abducted, was the moment that we exited our home. Oh shit! Hold on. Was the moment that we exited our home when we were evacuated. It was dark, I was barefoot, and I stepped on shattered glass. And I saw the faces of my neighbors, filled with fear, absolute terror. I saw the faces of those who I've known for as long as I care to remember, in a way that I had never seen them before, in tears. People whom I grew up with, filled with fear. And wandering around here, I only just got here to the Dead Sea. Oh yeah, so a lot of them got evacuated to like hotels or vacant hotels up north in the Dead Sea.
There's a kibbutz, a village. They're kind of like communes. They're like they're communes. Like kids are raised by the entire community and shit, yeah.
Just for context. Wandering around here, seeing the faces of my fellow kibbutz members attempt.
Speaking of libel, what's this in stream chat? Examining the Israelis raping Palestinian women claims. Hassan claimed on stream that Israelis raping Palestinian women is a well-documented part of Israel's apartheid apparatus. Okay.
And my first thought was like, that's horrible. But I couldn't really find a lot of evidence to back it up. And like, well, let me play the clip.
I saw on the news today a guy who lives in Gaza said that Israelis are raping Palestinian women. Yes. Israelis raping Palestinian women is a well-documented part of Israel's apartheid apparatus. So that part is not, that part, of course.
Okay. Hassan failed to provide any decent evidence of his claim. He conceded that he could have been more careful with his words and that he would get back to Ethan with more sources. I've seen a compilation of sources floating around that proves that Hassan was right and attempts to vindicate his claims of Israelis raping Palestinian women. I saw it first on the H3H3 sub, where it got uncritically accepted and highly upvoted, then locked and mods deleted a ton of comments. Now I see it on Hassan's sub, where any dissenting voice is banned, so replying there is worthless. Oh my god, this is a fucking effort post. What the fuck? Who is this person? This guy does not believe all women. That's what I got. Whoa! TLDR, Palestinian women raped by an Israeli investigator in 1969. Physical intimidation tactics, sexual harassment used by interrogators. Brushing their hands across her legs to intimidate her. No rape. So she got sexually harassed. Okay. Two body cavity searches against her will. Investigation claiming rape was opened, but closed due to lacking evidentiary basis. I mean, how would you get evidence for that? 69. Countless rapes in the 48 Nakba by IDF soldiers. No claim of rape. Closest thing would be some children reported violence and abuse of a sexual nature, including being hit or touched on the genitals, and 69% reported being strip searched. This guy's a dedicated rape reviewer. Holy shit. Shocking torture, including things like finding a thick wooden board in a field, sitting on it, smashing his balls for several minutes. God damn it. I know that they do torture. We know that. Like, there's like a whole particular Palestinian torture that they do. Yeah. Something that they do with a chair and shit. Rape on men. TLDR, no claims. Threats. From the 15 links that proves the IDF raped Palestinian women, 7 don't even claim it. 3 are 1969 or earlier. Horrifying acts, but 50 plus years ago is hardly relevant to the modern IDF. 1 was a blame of cavity searches. 1 of men seems credible. So we're just going to find out that it's like a handful and is not like a well-documented feature of the apartheid apparatus. Someone who tweets unhinged shit? Wow. Well-documented part of the apparatus. Okay. I didn't hear about that. I've never heard that this is like a fucking endemic or anything. It's probably just that they abuse prisoners sometimes. But I didn't know that there was this kind of like widespread fucking... Yeah, well, okay. Badly worded, apparently. Okay, wow.
Tempting to get up in the morning to hang in there, to smile once in a while.
That was not actually that pleasant to read. I didn't...
Each in their own way. The hardest thing is to pick myself up every morning. And it hasn't been a lot of mornings, but each one has been an extremely difficult challenge. Just to pick myself up. What happened to us was appalling. But there's something that is very important for me to say. What happened to us was nothing new. It was only worse. We've been neglected, abandoned for years. Do not point at the Iron Dome as a solution. Do not point at the soldiers. That is a band-aid. Someone is dying and you bring them a band-aid? Shameful, shame. We've been talking about this for years. For years, they've been neglecting us. That is where this originated from. This
oh
is not
shit,
new,
sorry, why am I
worse.
putting the fucking...
And this was not the only thing that was nothing new, only worse in this war. I'm trying to find the words, but honestly it is quite difficult. With all the anger and grief welling up inside me right now. How am I supposed to get up in the morning? Citizens of Israel, politicians, residents of Israel abroad, I don't care who hears this.
This is a long video of hers.
Listen to me, carefully. How am I supposed to get up in the morning knowing that 4.5 kilometers from Kibbutz Be'eri, in Gaza, there are people for whom this event has not ended. For me, it was over 12 hours because there was a place to be evacuated to. I'm at the Dead Sea. Those speaking of revenge should be ashamed. There's a lot of pain, that is true. I myself, after everything that I've been through, keep losing so much energy every time I hear the word revenge. For people who go through what I went through and not have anyone to extract them, it cannot be. And no, there can be no other band-aids. They ask us all the time, do you think you'll go back to the kibbutz after this to live there? Without added protection, without additional soldiers? Don't offer up soldiers or protection. Talk to me about a political solution. For years we've been asking for a political solution. I'm 19 years old. I have friends who have fallen on the battlefield as soldiers over the past few days.
Is there a New York Times article someone said that breaks down exactly how the Hamas attack happened and what they did? Because I want if New York Times have a good article on it, just explaining the timeline of what happened, that would be really valuable, because it'd be good to just know some like confirmed details of what happened. I think, is it this one? Re the Taba debate with Lauren. As someone who knows little, I would have liked to know that Israel was being suicide bombed during the talks, not minor. You can say that if you want. One, peace negotiations in other countries have happened whilst worse was happening. That's not unusual. Also, two, Sharon did not snub the talks because of suicide bombings. He was opposed to them. He was opposed to peace talks before the suicide bombings. I don't know why that's so difficult to digest. Again, it's people saying that Palestinians have. It's moving the goalposts. People say Palestinians always rejected peace. It's just not true. You can say they accepted it in a time when there was a lot of violence, or were willing to accept it. But then you'd have to make a new argument anyway. A timeline of the attack on Saturday. Apparently the New York Times did one, but I can't actually... Yeah, the visual investigation of the attack. Yeah, like, because they usually do that.
When they were in the kindergarten, they knew what they wanted to do in the military.
I think that's what fucking Lauren Northern had an issue with as well. God damn it. Oh, this. Where was this from?
Loner box. You smarmy cuck bastard.
This is the day after. Where's the visualization? Because if the New York Times did that, that would be with the Irish guy who always does the voiceovers for that. He's really good. Everything they do is good. All right, let's read this. Let's just find out exactly what happened that we know. Here is a timeline of Saturday's attacks and Israel's retaliation. Which room is Stream Chat on Discord? The one that's called Stream Chat. The first air raid sirens went off at sunrise as Hamas launched an attack by land, sea, and air. Israel declared a state of war and has destroyed buildings in Gaza. The militant attacks across Israel on Saturday made for one of the most violent and deadly days of fighting in the region in decades. Hamas, the militant group that controls the Gaza Strip, launched a series of rocket strikes that hit major cities across Israel, and it sent waves of fighters across the border into southern Israel, where they took over bases and seized hostages. Here is a timeline of what happened on Saturday into Sunday in Israel and Gaza. Times are local. 6:35 a.m. The first sirens warn of incoming rockets in central and southern Israel. This is the start of Hamas firing what will be thousands of rockets at Israel, striking even major cities like Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Mohammed Diaf, the leader of the military wing of Hamas, said in a recorded message that the group had decided to launch what he called an operation so that the enemy will understand that the time of their rampaging without accountability has ended. "7:40 a.m. The IDF confirmed that Hamas fighters have crossed from Gaza into southern Israel.
Smarmy cuck bastard.
The Israeli authorities asked residents of these towns, including Sderot, to hide in their homes. 8:15 a.m. The first sirens go off in Jerusalem, which rarely gets hit by rockets because of the Iron Dome defense system Israel uses.
Smarmy cuck bastard.
What do you tell people who think Gazans brought this to themselves by voting in Hamas in 2006? Also, thanks for the coverage. It's very enlightening to know what to say to people about this conflict. Heart decoration.
It's really dumb. Like, people voted for Hamas mostly because of anti-corruption. The reasons for, and again, like, it didn't help that when the IDF pulled out of Gaza, they basically gave the biggest optical W to Hamas imaginable because it was just so easy for them to say, our violence caused that to happen. It wasn't negotiations. And then after that, like, again, they're a very young population. Most of them have never voted for Hamas because there haven't been any elections. And Hamas have been ruling under a fucking iron boot. So, I don't know. With an iron fist. Anyway. Low information voters. Yeah, well. The first sirens go off in Jerusalem, which rarely gets hit by rockets because of the Iron Dome defense system Israel uses. It was unclear if any rockets had struck the center of the contested city, but a witness said that rockets had landed in the wooded hills on the city's western edge. 8:23 a.m., nearly 2 hours after the first air raid sirens, the scale of the attacks is becoming clear. Hamas has taken hostages in southern Israel and fired wave after wave of rockets. Israel declares a state of war, effectively calling up as many reservists as possible. Or the aftermath of the festival. Whoa. Oh, it's archive. I can't watch this. Okay. Oh, well. 10:34 a.m. Israel says it has begun its war against Hamas. 10:46. Israel fighter jets strike the first targets in Gaza. 10:35. Netanyahu of Israel makes his first statement to the nation on the crisis, telling Israelis that they are at war. 12:21. The Israeli military sends troops to southern Israel to reclaim towns taken by Hamas militants. Israel estimates that Hamas has fired at least 2,200 rockets since the first sirens Sunday morning. 1:46 p.m. Israel says it has struck 21 buildings that house Hamas military operations. 2:29. The United States makes its first statement, with the National Security Council condemning the attacks and expressing support for Israel. Throughout the day, Antony J. Blinken, the Secretary of State, will hold calls with leaders, including his counterparts across the Middle East, seeking support and laying out the U.S. position. 2:35. Netanyahu meets with his cabinet and releases a statement that they will reinforce other frontiers, an apparent reference to a possible threat from Hezbollah, the Islamic militant group that operates in southern Lebanon on the border with Israel. 6:08, sorry, what the fuck? Biden speaks with Mr. Netanyahu to express his condolences and support. In a series of messages, including a speech, Mr. Biden says U.S. backing is rock solid and unwavering. 10:16, Mr. Netanyahu addresses the nation, calling Saturday a hard day and vowing to turn where Hamas operates into cities of ruins. Overnight, sirens continue to warn of rockets across Israel, with reports of some damage. Israeli fighter jets strike targets throughout Gaza. 2:19 a.m., the first phase of war is near its end, with Israel claiming to have destroyed all the sites used to launch the attacks. Mr. Netanyahu posts on X, the social media site formerly known as Twitter. I can't believe they still do that. He writes that an offensive formation phase has started without providing details. Okay. I feel like I want to see a more detailed thing of exactly like. Eventually, I think the New York Times with that fucking Irish guy will use like compiled camera footage to show like where the paragliders went over and who they killed and what, like all that stuff. Which villages they went into. Yeah, just it'd be good to separate the like confirmed stuff from all the bullshit on Twitter, you know? The Channel 4 one does that. Have they done it already? Like a breakdown? Telegraph has a 4-minute video in the timeline. Wikipedia. Does anyone have like what their favorite one is? Or is like the best one? Favorite's a weird way to word it. Probably Wiki. I don't really want to read it though. I want to watch something. Will people ever stop calling it Twitter? Nah. Nah. Never happen. It's all Al Jazeera, so I'm guessing no. Fuck it, let's do news. Let's do news. Post it in the politics thread. Why would you go there? The fuck? Okay. Oh, this is the festival attack. Can you watch this on YouTube? Graphic. It's 4 minutes. We can watch it. Yeah.
Hundreds of bodies, cars on the roads riddled with bullets. It was a scene from a horror movie.
This is not how a festival should end. No encore. Just the aftermath of people trying, wanting to get out. More than 260 didn't. The Supernova Festival was likely audible in Gaza, just 3 miles from the fence that separates it from Israel. It took place just to the northeast of Kibbutz Rim. It was one of the first targets for Hamas. An emergency medic told local media there were around 3,000 people at the festival. The music began late on Friday evening. The thuds of beats, the cries of joy. Thuds and cries that would soon take on a whole new meaning.
Oh, the fucking paragliders.
At around 6:30 a.m. on Saturday, dots in the sky, Hamas militants paragliding in from Gaza. People dance on. But then the music stops and rockets are heard. Festival goers make their way to their vehicles, ready to drive to safety, some still seemingly unaware of the threat.
Oh, shit.
People's cars were parked to the north and east of the main pavilion, along the road which heads north towards Sderot and south towards Kibbutz Rim. But as people reach their vehicles, they come under heavy fire from the militants. Some even spoke of cars with corpses on top of them blocking the road. Unable to drive out, many run across this field to the east and try to hide in trees, bushes. Some even play dead. There was some limited festival security here. Footage shows them attempting to fight past the attackers and allow a safe route out. This was the scene elsewhere. Bullets flying as people run across an open field, their destination unknown, just anywhere far away.
Then we were starting getting messages of people who were hiding inside the trash cans just to get out of the terrorists. And I heard like crazy stories of my friends saying, "We inside the trash. They are next to us. We hear our voices. We hearing how they're killing our friends in the next bush."
This dashcam footage from near the festival is from 9:23 a.m., around 3 hours after the first signs of an attack. A gunman drags a hostage away, his t-shirt bloodied. Another figure can be seen hiding just beneath the boot of the car, appearing to play dead. An attacker shoots them point blank. Reports suggest more than 260 dead, 30 missing, friends and families waiting, worrying.
If you have 3,000 people who are running by foot in the field and getting shot by, like ducks, there's a lot of missing places. And there's people we know that are safe. There are people we know who don't know nothing. And there are people we know by sure that are all murdered or getting kidnapped.
This is Noah Agamani screaming in terror. She and her boyfriend went to the festival together. They didn't leave together. Separated and taken to Gaza, where she was last seen in this hostage video filmed by her captors. Her father spoke to Israeli media.
What can I say? My whole life, since she was born, I've done my best to protect and to hug her and to support and love her. And now, in this difficult moment, to at least comfort her.
We're told that 2 days later there are still bodies in the area as rescue and recovery operations continue in towns and villages throughout the south. The full story of this deadliest of days only just emerging. Countless other tales of terror to come. Lives still on the line.
Wow. Yeah, the hostages are going to be written off as dead. There's no way. Just my guess anyway. Let's see what's happening today. Is this from 2 hours ago? Yeah.
Israel is preparing for a major ground offensive into the territory while maintaining a heavy bombing campaign of targets in the hunt for members of Hamas. The group is designated as a terror organisation by many Western governments, including the UK.
The fucking BBC compensating now by calling them terrorists. Yeah, well.
Within the hour, we've had news of an Israeli airstrike on the Rafah crossing on the border with Egypt. Our correspondent there tells us...
Did you see the festival goers hiding in bomb shelters and Hamas guys just throw grenades in? No, I didn't see that. No.
There's a building on the Palestinian side of the crossing has been damaged, and there is also damage to the vital road between Gaza and Egypt. The United Nations says Israel's total siege of Gaza, cutting off fuel, food and electricity supplies, is causing a deepening humanitarian crisis, with hospitals close to complete collapse. It threatens thousands of lives. Meanwhile, thousands of Palestinians who've left their homes hoping to cross into Egypt have been left disappointed with the crossing remaining closed. Jeremy Bowen is in southern Israel.
Another war of words has started over who's responsible for the suffering of Palestinian civilians in Gaza. Israel is dropping the bombs. It says blame Hamas for killing and kidnapping and, says Israel, hiding behind civilians. Gazans crowded into UN schools after Israel told them to move south towards the Egyptian border. They're supposed to be protected by the law.
I don't think Israel said that they would only bomb the north. They were going to bomb all over. It's just that they're focusing on the north because that's where, like, I think most of the Hamas infrastructure is in Gaza City. But yeah, no, they're bombing all over, yeah.
Of war. America has felt it necessary to deliver repeated reminders of that to Israel along with military aid. This grandmother blames Israel, then speaks of tragedy, hunger, death, fear, horror, and destruction. In Rafah, at the closed border with Egypt, Palestinians with foreign passports are hoping to get out, to escape the pressure Israel has imposed on civilians, despite its legal obligations.
You cannot ask people to move out of harm's way without assisting them to do it, to go to places of their choice, where they want to be safe, and with the humanitarian aid that they need to make that journey safely. And right now, the movement that has happened has not had those provisions.
Antony Blinken, U.S. Secretary of State, returned to Israel after a rapid tour of America's Arab allies. The U.S. is giving Israel all the military aid it wants, but it's trying to stop the war spreading.
Yeah, I know they bombed the south. I didn't say they hadn't. What are you talking about? Yeah, I think Egypt was telling them to stop bombing so close to the crossing, yeah.
In Jerusalem, in the parliament, Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister...
Look here. There's the Rafah crossing, and there's a bomb going off 11 hours ago. And they're bombing the south here as well. But it's mostly concentrated up here.
Delivered another warning. He told Iran and its Lebanese ally Hezbollah not to test Israel. Ehud Olmert, prime minister when Israel last fought Hezbollah in 2006, was scathing about Mr. Netanyahu for mishandling...
This guy's Likud, Ehud Olmert. He's the napkin map guy, the napkin accords guy.
...relations with the Palestinians for weakening the rivals of Hamas, and said Israel should have two
Mr.
objectives.
Napkin, what's he going to say?
One is to fight Hamas. The other is to recognize the Palestinian Authority and try and uplift the Palestinian Authority and start negotiate with them and say there is an horizon of peace after war.
Jesus. Fucking Mike Ehrmantraut in here. Didn't he join Sharon's party? Yeah, he did. He left Likud to join, what the fuck are they called? I can't remember. Kadima? Yeah. Wow.
Israel, there's unity about fighting Hamas. The argument is about why Hamas could break through Israel's defenses and how to deliver Israelis and Palestinians from another generation of bloodshed. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News, Southern Israel.
Well, as we've been explaining, there was an airstrike tonight near the Rafah crossing. That's where thousands of people are currently waiting, trying to escape from Gaza into Egypt. Well, our correspondent is Rushdie Abu Alouf. He's in the city of Khan Yunis in the southern area of the Gaza Strip. He gave us this update on the damage that was caused by the strike.
Yeah, I have seen fresh footage, CCTV.
Critical support for Ulmer. It's like, I don't know. It's just, I really hope they've realized now that like that strategy of divide and conquer and just leaving Palestine in limbo was such a horrible idea. Even if you're far, like a Zionist, right? It's a bad idea. Ugh. Doesn't help anyone.
Camera from inside the Palestinian terminal of Rafah crossing. There is some damage to the external hall of the crossing, but also there is damage to the road that lead from the Palestinian side to the Egyptian side. The damage isn't great and can be fixable easily if the Egyptian decided to reopen the crossing and allow those with dual nationality to cross into Egypt. When we talk about bringing in aid, we are talking about the commercial side of the crossing, which is close to the terminal, and it's not damaged. I mean, now the point is stuck into is there is a deal or no deal? For now, no deal. There is some talks, diplomacy, big diplomacy everywhere in Doha, in Egypt, the Americans in Israel, but so far as I remember today, I have been talking to many parties, and all of them said that negotiation is moving very slowly, but there is no progress to reopen the Rafah crossing, which I think for the Americans, they want their citizen out, but for the 2.4 million people, they want something more important, which is food, medicine, fuel, because as I'm standing in this hospital, Khan Yunis hospital, this is the main hospital now that...
Can we not have blatant anti-Semitism in chat? Who's doing the anti-Semitism? Oh, is this Vosh Hate Watcher? Jewish Milkers? Yeah, that guy's weird. Let's give them a bit of a fuck off.
Is providing services for 1.2 million people, the only hospital. They said they will run out, the hospital will be out of service by tomorrow midnight because they don't have fuel and they don't have medicine and they don't have any facility to run the hospital.
Apparently, Iran have warned of preemptive strikes. Iran's foreign minister, Hussein Amir Abdollahian, warned that a preemptive action against Israel could be expected in the coming hours, signaling a potential escalation in the conflict. In a live broadcast to state television, Amir Abdollahian said the leaders of resistance groups will not allow the Zionist regime to act in any way it likes in Gaza, while referencing his meeting with the head of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. On Saturday, he added, the possibility of preemptive action by the resistance front is expected in the coming hours. All options are open, and we cannot be indifferent to the war crimes committed against the people of Gaza, he said. He added, if we don't defend Gaza today, tomorrow we have to defend against these phosphorus bombs in the children's hospital of our own country. Human Rights Watch has accused Israel of using white phosphorus munitions in its military operations in Gaza and Lebanon last week. Israel has denied it used white phosphorus. Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi said earlier on Monday that time was running out to reach a political solution and warned against the expansion of the Israeli-Hamas war to all fronts. Well, are we about to see how fucking thick the Iranian knob is? I don't know. The white phosphorus thing is not confirmed. It's just, there's pictures of, I don't know what other munitions make those smoke clouds though. What interest would they have in escalating? Arab countries and Muslim countries surrounding fucking Israel do not like watching Gaza get fucked up while no one else does anything. Smoke rounds. Oh yeah, it could. Yeah. Because as far as I know, they started phasing out white phosphorus at one point, but I don't know. But we'll see. I don't know yet. We know that, I mean, we know that they've been willing to cut off the water to use as bargaining chips for hostages, which I think is pretty bad. I think it's really, that's like very condemnable. White phosphorus isn't considered illegal by everyone. No, yeah, Israel's not party to the third protocol, so they don't have to abide by laws around white phosphorus. It can probably overlap with other laws, though. What else did I see? I saw something else that was a bit surprising. Hamas says they're willing to release foreign hostages when field conditions are right.
Let me ask both of you to stay with us. I want to bring in my colleague, NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel, who has some breaking news for us. Richard Engel.
So the chief spokesman for the Hamas military wing just issued a statement on camera in which the group is offering to release foreign hostages unconditionally. And I think this could significantly change the way things develop here over the next several hours, potentially change the course of this conflict so far. It is a statement from Abu Obaida. It is on the same channels that Hamas releases its normal videos. I've listened to the audio and verified it in Arabic. And he starts out by saying that Hamas is holding 200 hostages, that they were taken when Hamas militants crossed into Israel. They blew up the border fence, and that they are confirming that among those hostages, there are a group of foreigners. He didn't say how many, and he said that they failed to verify their identities during the time of the capture, and that now they've confirmed that they are foreign nationals, that they are not party to the conflict, that they are being treated, quote, as guests, and that Hamas will release them, quote, when field conditions are right. This is, I think, it's coming from Hamas, so it's healthy and appropriate to treat it with a great deal of skepticism. But I know from diplomatic sources I've been talking to all day that there has been a lot of effort to try and convince Hamas to release some hostages. There have been discussions with Arab countries to try and put pressure on Hamas to make some sort of gesture. There had been talk initially that Hamas might release women and children. What Hamas is doing now is making a distinction between Israelis, which it says are party to the conflict, and foreigners, foreign nationals, which it says are, quote, being treated as guests. So I'm quite sure that diplomats around the world, hostage negotiators, are going to be taking this offer very seriously, wanting to know much more about it. It could impact how Israel proceeds with its campaign, because if Hamas is saying it's willing to release American hostages and other foreign nationals unconditionally, there will be pressure on Israel to get those people out. They're certainly frightened. Some of them might be injured or sick. They could have intelligence, likely do have intelligence about other hostages, about their captors. It is something that certainly could benefit not just the hostages, but could change the course of this war, at least in the short term. I don't think it's going to prevent Israel from continuing its campaign about Hamas, but there are many reasons, but for the hostages especially, to try and see if Hamas is legitimate in its offer and get those people out.
Richard Engel, is Abu Obaida a credible person?
Yes, he is the main spokesman for Hamas. He is this video was released on the same channels that the other videos have been released on. He is someone who is taken seriously within Hamas. He is a very senior figure. This is not a fringe character. What was interesting as well about this statement is that he said that there are between 200, 250 or more hostages inside Gaza. So he's acknowledging that Hamas does not know exactly how many hostages are inside Israel. hostages, not just foreign hostages, 250 or more
1.6
hostages
Andy.
inside
That's
the Gaza
crazy.
Strip. What happened on that day, and I'm not sure if this has been fully explained before, at 6:30 in the morning on the 7th, when Hamas broke through the border fence in multiple locations, about 30 locations, and streamed into the kibbutzim near the border and went to that music festival and went on their killing and kidnapping spree, other Palestinians also went through those gaps.
Yep.
Some of them started to loot and take what they could. Others grabbed people. Others grabbed hostages themselves for personal reasons and brought them back. So Hamas is saying it has 200, that there are other groups that are holding the other 50 or so, and that of the 200 that it has confirmed, quote, that there are foreign nationals among them and that they are being treated as guests and that they are not party to this conflict and will be released when the field conditions are right, which means when some safe passage can be arranged.
Bastard.
Richard Engel, how's the news being received in Israel?
This is new. It is being broadcast on Israeli television right now. I'm sure I know a lot of work has gone into this because I've been speaking with Arab negotiators all day. They were expecting some sort of news, and they've been talking about having some sort of progress earlier. So I do believe that the people who were involved in arranging this probably already had some sort of idea. So I think this is something that we're going to see not play out in public, but with hostage negotiating teams, government to government, State Department to its counterparts. I'm sure they are burning up the phones right now.
Richard Engel, is it your sense that these hostage negotiations and efforts to rescue all of them, and it's such an important piece that we don't know what we don't know. We don't necessarily know that the effort to keep them inside Gaza is a centralized one, is what it sounds like you're explaining for us. Do we know if this is the factor driving the timing of what many expect to be a ground invasion of the Gaza Strip?
It could very well be Hamas's attempt to push back a ground invasion, or it could be an attempt by Hamas to not pick a fight with the United States, to say that its fight is with Israel and with Israel alone, so that it doesn't have Delta forces and Navy SEALs landing in the Gaza Strip and looking for this people. It is also an attempt by Hamas to reestablish its...
It's not surprising that they would be nicer to foreign nationals, because they're smart enough to know that why would you just anger a bunch of other countries? Like, why would you do that?
Its credibility, if you will.
That's my
Hamas
guess,
in this
anyway.
statement is going out
Although
of its way
foreign
to say,
nationals have died
we are treating these people
or gone
well.
missing.
Well, if it's serious and it's willing to release the hostages, foreign hostages, unconditionally.
How true is the extent of the Hamas tunnels? We don't know, because they're tunnels, right? They're kind of like of course we're not going to know the extent. It's not like they're allowing UN inspectors to check out the tunnels, you know?
Then the world will know how they were treated. So even though Hamas is a terrorist organization, has tremendous credibility problems, I can imagine there will be lots of pressure to at least pursue this from the families of the hostages, from the governments who are doing everything they can to try and get these people out. If Hamas says it's willing to release them, I'm sure there are many people who will want to explore that at the very least.
Okay. They do exist. We know that. We know that's how Hezbollah operates as well. Anyway. So I think at the end of the hour, because we're at the end of the hour, I'll read the donos. That's what I'll do. Let's do it. Let's do a big streamer stuff. Let's be professional, shall we? Where was the last one? That was here. Sophie S. with the £10, 100% deserving. Everything I've seen from you in the recent coverage has been bloody excellent and actually intelligent. Whoa, thank you so much. That's a really nice comment. Garrett Langer with the 199. Can he speed up his Destiny arc? I guess that was a reference to Ethan. Seems to be the case, yeah. War Metal Pacifist with a 25 Polish, I guess those are, PLN. I can't keep up with the streams, but have some money for more takeaway. You've been on that grind set. Keep up the awesome work. Oh, thank you very much. And thanks for the tier 1 sub that followed as well. Shamir Shahid with a 5 Canadian. Read the Taba debate with Lauren. As someone who's little, I would have liked to know that Israel was being suicide bombed during the talks. Not minor. I've already addressed that. It's not like the fucking dunk that you think it is. Grassroots hegemon with a $2. Can America help move Palestinians safely? In my video, I did mention that. Just in a debate, do I have to add every fucking caveat? Like, okay. Grassroots hegemon with the $2. Can America help move Palestinians safely? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Z with the $20. Thank you very much. What do you tell people who think Gazans brought this to themselves by voting Hamas in 2006? Thanks for the coverage. It's very enlightening to know what people say to people about this conflict. I really appreciate that. Thanks. I think I already answered that. So yeah. Hecho in Mexico with a 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Marwan Osman, have Hamas made any demands besides exchanging the hostages for 6,000 Palestinians in Israeli prisons? Thanks for the $4.99. I think, I don't know, but I know that they said that they would release foreign nationals when field conditions are right. I don't know what that means, but Nath Drum with a tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Appalachian Anarchist with the $5. One more to show how much I appreciate your recent coverage. Really teaching me a lot about a blind spot of mine. Oh, that's so cool. Thank you very much. Soy. Okay, so because I think a lot of the news in the coming days is going to involve Iran and Hezbollah, maybe even a few hours, I think we should probably learn who the fuck Hezbollah are. And I started watching this on stream yesterday, and it was pretty well done. I know the Middle East Eye are accused of being like propagandists and shit, but I think this profile is fine. So let's learn, and it does you a backdrop about who Hezbollah are. Maybe we'll start with DW News, because there are 2 documentaries here that we can watch. Actually, no, let's start with the profile. All right. Here's our guy. Our jihadi Santa Claus.
مسألة عمليات المقاومة هي مسألة غير قابلة للنقاش ولا المساومة ولا لإعادة النظر ولا للتفكير ولا للتأمل أيا تكن الأثمان وأيا تكن التضحيات.
Hassan Nasrallah has been the dominant leader of Hezbollah for nearly 3 decades. He is seen by many as a resistance figure credited with driving Israel from southern Lebanon. But for others, he's a controversial militia leader whose command of Hezbollah has led to an escalation of conflict in Lebanon and the region.
Hezbollah were kicked out of Jordan, right? I think that was the PLO. I don't know if Hezbollah...
You smarmy cuck bastard.
Have Hezbollah been... Have they? Have Hezbollah been in Jordan? I thought they were a Lebanese org. Yeah, you're talking about PLO. It's okay, we'll get all the
So
background.
who is Hassan Nasrallah? And how has Hezbollah evolved under his leadership?
He just doesn't look that scary, does he? The Hamas guy looks pretty fucked up. He looks like a bad dude. Like he'd be... This guy just looks like a cuddly fucking bear.
Nasrallah was born in 1960 a working-class Shia family in an impoverished suburb in eastern Beirut.
Just so you guys know, Lebanon's demographics are like a third Christian, a third Sunni, and a third Shiite. So, and the Shias are kind of like the underrepresented minority. They can never be prime minister and they can never be president. They only get to be speaker of the parliament, Shiites. So yeah, they don't do too well.
In 1975, during the Lebanese Civil War, he fled with his family to his ancestral home in southern Lebanon. There, he joined the Amal movement, a Shia paramilitary group once known as the Movement of the Deprived. Nasrallah was interested in theology and traveled to Najaf in Iraq for Quranic studies. But he was forced to return to the civil war in Lebanon, which now had grown larger and more complicated. In 1978, Israel's army invaded to root out Palestinian militants, and again in 1982, laying siege to Beirut and destroying large parts of the city. Nasrallah
I think we
returned
made a third Maronite. I'm simplifying. Yeah, sorry.
to the Amal movement to fight, becoming the group's commander in Bekaa Valley. During this time, Nasrallah became close with Abbas al-Musawi, an influential Shia cleric who had just co-founded a new group called Hezbollah, or Party of God. The group was formed with the backing of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard in response to Israel's invasion of Lebanon at the height of the war in 1982. Nasrallah was drawn in and soon left the Amal movement to enlist. By 1985, Hezbollah had formally declared its existence in an open letter outlining its identity and goals. It called for an armed struggle against Israeli occupation and declared its allegiance to Iran's spiritual leader Ayatollah Khomeini and his doctrine Wilayat al-Faqih, which demanded loyalty to him as the highest religious guide, the Faqih. Nasrallah rose quickly through the ranks of Hezbollah, despite his young age. After al-Musawi was assassinated by Israel in 1992, Nasrallah, aged just 32, replaced his mentor as Hezbollah's leader.
I'm 32. What the fuck am I doing with my life? I think around this point, so from 85, more like 82, but formally 85, until 2000, Israel was occupying South Lebanon. So that's what they mean by fighting the Israeli occupation.
هم يقاتلون قوة مخفية مخبأة قد تفاجئهم في أي يوم من الأيام بهذا العدد الضخم من الصواريخ.
Under Nasrallah's leadership, Hezbollah expanded its domestic influence and became a key political player in Lebanon. The group entered parliamentary elections for the first time in 1992, advocating for the rights of Shia Muslims and the Lebanese working class. He distinguished himself from the country's growing class of elites by capitalizing on Hezbollah's role in resisting Israel. Throughout the 1980s and 1990s, Hezbollah carried out dozens of attacks on Israeli military targets as Israel continued to occupy a strip of southern Lebanon, deemed a security zone, totaling about 10% of the country's territory.
وقبل أن يسألنا الآخرون ماذا ستفعل المقاومة الإسلامية إذا انسحب الإسرائيلي إلى الحدود الدولية المعترف بها، الحدود بين لبنان وفلسطين، وستبقى اسم هذه الحدود الحدود اللبنانية الفلسطينية. وبالنسبة إلينا لن يكون هناك يوم نقول فيه أو نعترف فيه بحدود لبنانية إسرائيلية.
In 1997, Nasrallah's son was killed during clashes with Israeli forces, fueling his standing as a champion of resistance against occupation in the eyes of his supporters. Hezbollah fought a successful campaign against Israel's occupation of Lebanon. And when Israel withdrew from southern Lebanon in 2000, ending an 18-year occupation, it was declared a victory for the resistance. In 2005, Lebanon's Prime Minister Rafiq al-Hariri, the country's most prominent Sunni figure at the time, was assassinated. He'd been a vocal critic of another regional player that had entered into the country, Syria, who sent thousands of soldiers to fight during the civil war, but maintained a heavy military presence for nearly 3 decades. Many accused both Syria and Hezbollah of
What do you think is the worst thing Israel has done since its founding? Like in terms of brutality or like gore and shit? Like just sheer pointless fucking death, like compared to probably Sabra Shatila, no? There was no good reason for that. They just allowed a bunch of psychos to slaughter Palestinian refugees and set up some little flares at night so they could see where they were going. Yeah. 1948, pretty bad. Ethnic cleansing, yeah. Like 30 plus massacres. Deir Yassin, pretty bad. Violating a peace pact with an Arab village. Dumping all the fucking kids to the gates of Jerusalem.
Lebanon into turmoil yet again, and lead to a mass protest movement demanding Syria's withdrawal. Syria was a key political ally to Hezbollah, and although Syrian dominance in Lebanon diminished after the departure of its troops, the two maintained long-standing ties.
نؤكد أيضا وبكل وضوح وقوفنا إلى جانب سوريا قيادة وشعبا في مواجهة الاستهداف الأمريكي الصهيوني لها ومحاولات الاقتصاص السياسي منها.
And after the 2005 political crisis, Hezbollah's influence had greatly increased. For the first time, it negotiated its way into government, and its members took up ministerial portfolios and began making strategic alliances with Lebanese factions.
لبنان كان دائما مقبرة للغزاة وسيكون مقبرة لأي غزاة جدد.
Don't get radicalized, chat.
Nasrallah relied on his charisma to boost Hezbollah's public image. He shored up his support in the marginalized Shia community, the largest of Lebanon's 18 sects, through low-cost or free social welfare services that the Lebanese government failed to provide. Under his watch, Hezbollah built
This is also the thing as well, is like a lot of these Islamic groups are like they will make very like strong gestures when it comes to welfare and stuff like that, and that's why a lot of people get drawn into them.
Schools, hospitals, and charity organizations. When war broke out again between Israel and Hezbollah in 2006, the group positioned itself as Lebanon's strongest military force, capable of protecting people in southern Lebanon and helping them rebuild their villages.
نحن الآن نعلن انطلاق هذه الورشة في الضاحية في البقاع في الجنوب في كل المناطق.
This was such a stupid idea, but I don't know why they thought they could just go into this different country and take out their fucking like military force that's bigger than the army. Like, ugh. They kind of just gave a big free W in there.
This time, the government caved and agreed to mediated talks in Doha that resulted in Hezbollah getting veto power over cabinet decisions.
Well, Israel's eliminated Hamas forehead might just be as ineffective. No, like Hamas are a lot weaker than Hezbollah, and Hezbollah had a whole country to fuck around with, whereas Hamas have Gaza. That's it, right? So it's a bit different.
وعلى المكشوف ويمكن هيك شيء بالعالم كله ما فيه انه واحد يطلع علنا وشفاف وصادق وبيقول للعالم كله نحن يا خيي على راس السطح موازنة حزب الله ومعاشاته ومصاريفه وأكله وشربه وسلاحه وصواريخه من الجمهورية الإسلامية في إيران.
Hezbollah's political and military alliance with Iran angered many Arab states, who feared Tehran's growing influence in the region. Nasrallah used this platform to rally support for Iran, and when war broke out in Syria, he sent his soldiers to fight alongside Bashar al-Assad and help him retain power.
إن وجود مقاتلين ومجاهدين على الأرض السورية هو وكما أعلنا في أكثر من مناسبة بهدف الدفاع عن لبنان والدفاع عن فلسطين وعن القضية الفلسطينية وعن سوريا حضن المقاومة وسند المقاومة.
Hezbollah's intervention enraged the Arab world. It also made them a target for reprisal attacks. In 2013 and 2014, Islamic State militants carried out more than a dozen car bombings in Shia areas in Lebanon, killing dozens of people and injuring hundreds. At home, many Lebanese blamed Hezbollah for exacerbating
East Radical Loner Box fan meetup. You guys, God. It's a bit complex, eh? So I guess the pro-democracy protesters, especially in Libya, didn't like Nasrallah because he was backing up Assad, right? Yeah, because all these Arab dictators and shit.
The situation in Syria and dragging the conflict across its borders.
It's also like people always talk about the Shia-Sunni divide, right? But what do you have here? Like, I think the people who oppose Assad are generally, I think, Sunnis. I might be wrong about that, but you got Hezbollah who are Shia, and then Palestinians who are majority Sunni, and then Hamas who are Sunni, and then Iran who is Shia backing Hamas who are Sunni. Yeah, it's just, yeah.
1.5 million Syrian refugees fled.
Whenever I think of Iran, I think of a country full of Patrick Bet Davids.
To Lebanon, further straining the country's economy. In 2016, the Gulf Cooperation Council designated Hezbollah as a terrorist group and began to apply pressure on Lebanon's government to limit the group's power. Countries like Saudi Arabia, which had been a key investor in Lebanon, began to shun the country's leaders. They threatened them with sanctions if they didn't curtail the party's grip over domestic politics and their role as a proxy for Iran. This diplomatic pressure, alongside Lebanon's economic crisis, began to push the country towards a breaking point. With skyrocketing prices, a deadlock in parliament, and a failure of basic services like electricity and waste management, the Lebanese people had had enough of the ruling elite, Hezbollah included. In 2019, mass anti-government protests swept across the country, uniting people across sectarian lines. Demonstrators filled the streets, demanding the government to resign and expressing anger at the ruling class for responding to Lebanon's economic crisis by introducing new taxes, including one on WhatsApp calls. Nasrallah spoke out against the new taxes, but rejected calls for resignations, calling it a waste of time. Protesters longing for a political change and better living conditions were angered by Nasrallah's stance.
خطاب السيد ما بلبي المطالب والتطلعات اللي الناس نزلت لأجلها. حزب الله موجود بهذه الحكومة.
Me protesting outside the H3H3 studio to get rid of Hassan.
كان مشارك أو ساكت عن الفساد.
I don't know anything about Western Sahara. I couldn't tell you. Sorry.
In August 2020, a massive
I would imagine no one talks about it because there's no American interest. That's why no one talks about it. There's no American interest in Western Sahara, and that's why no one gives a fuck. You only give a fuck about part of the world if there's American interest. And that's just true. Like, that's actually true. It matters.
Explosion in Beirut's port sent a shockwave through the city.
Yeah, this fucking explosion destroyed my grandmother's balcony door. I think she lived on the other end of town as well. Yeah. It wasn't one bomb. It was like, I don't remember what it was. But it was like a stockpile of, it wasn't even bombs, wasn't it? It was like chemicals or something. Yeah. It's weird that because he's like an Islamist, but there's also like so much nationalism in his appeals. That's why kind of there have been different periods where Christians and fucking Sunnis have kind of like reached over to him and shit. Does Israel have nukes? I'm pretty sure they do. I don't think it's ever been like fully confirmed, but it seems like I think most people agree that they do, right? That's my understanding of it. Maybe. To Hezbollah are. That's their thing. That video is a year old. Sounds pretty cringe. Did anyone get radicalized? I'm just a sucker for good public speakers, you know? And that guy is like fucking Arab Obama on crack. Or he's more of like an Arab Hitler, right? Okay. Okay. What we got? Do I have to? I want to watch Piers Morgan arguing with the guy. What was his name? Mohammed Hijab. Let's watch this. I don't know about Arab Hitler. I just mean his cadence. I know the Samson option. I know what fucking Israel's nuclear doctrine is, right? It's if the Air Force gets destroyed. It's if there's a military penetration into their major cities, and like two other things. Yeah. Piers Morgan. Is it because his face looks like a pus deposit? Is that why we don't like Piers Morgan? It's just my guess. Chat. Like the stream. It costs you nothing, okay? Like the stream. Get the numbers up. Pump those numbers. Smash. Let's go! 330. I see them going. See how the chat delay goes. There we go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Push. Smash. Oops. All right.
We're going to view the Daily Wire's Ben Shapiro on the crisis in Israel.
Shen
His powerful
Babiro.
emotional analysis made headlines around the world. 5 million people have watched that interview so far, a measure of the enormous emotion and division this conflict has awoken. Well, among those viewers was Mohammed Hijab, the controversial pro-Palestine influencer with nearly 1 million YouTube subscribers of his own. Here's what he had to say about it.
Do you know anything about the hijab guy? Absolutely nothing, no.
Do you think Piers Morgan, on fair grounds, would try and speak to me about an issue like this? Or Ben Shapiro, when they know what I'm going to come with? Absolutely not. Don't pretend you don't know who I am. You've been watching my videos. You know what I'm about. Your silence is deafening, and your cowardice is apparent.
You'll never debate me.
Well, Mohammed Hijab joins me now. Mohammed, thank you very much for coming in. I hadn't actually watched your videos. I have now.
I love it. I love starting off a debate by introducing the person when they're saying, you'll never debate me. It's so funny. Instant W. He's already lost. Oh, no.
A few of them. I'm aware you've got a massive following. You've got nearly 1 million YouTube subscribers.
1 billion.
You're an influential person, and you have a lot to say about this issue, obviously. So I thank you for coming in, but I'm not too cowardly to talk to you. I don't have a horse in this race. I think I've tried to straddle a divide of being fair-minded with all sides. I've had all voices on the show.
I commend you for that, actually, to be honest, for bringing me on. But do realise I did caveat that with on fair ground. So let's hope that this interview is conducted.
I intend to be completely fair.
Yeah, sure.
I promise you, because
Obviously.
all I want to get to here
God, it's
is
so
a real sense of what is
standoffish.
going to
Oh
happen.
God.
We can all look back at. We can
before-
all look back.
before-
well, let me just. We can all look back.
Before that, Piers,
Yeah.
sorry, if you want to say fair grounds, you introduced me as a Palestinian controversial...
I actually corrected myself.
Right, so...
I said pro-Palestinian. I meant to say pro-Palestinian.
So why did the word controversial come into play?
I think you're controversial.
Would you debate Karantos? I have debated Karantos. Yeah, of course I would. He can jump in anytime he wants and scream for like 8 hours. I would let him do that. Yeah. Karantos, listen, you guys don't understand. You don't appreciate, okay? You don't appreciate the fucking power. You don't appreciate the power of a strong Arab public speaker, okay? The Somalis count as Arab. They're in the Arab League. I don't know if they're ethnically Arab. I don't know. But Karantos, right? You guys don't like him. You don't appreciate, okay? Karantos is the voice of God, okay? And it'll only be a matter of time. He could radicalize a militia, couldn't he? By the time he's in his 30s? Yeah.
So are you.
Yeah, I wouldn't deny
So is the
that.
ambassador. Why didn't you introduce her in that manner?
I'm happy to say that to many people, her views would be controversial.
So why didn't you introduce me as the Oxford graduate?
Do you want to be introduced as that?
Yes.
Okay, or an Oxford graduate.
Go ahead.
Okay. No problem.
This
You can
guy.
be introduced as anything you like, frankly. It makes no difference to the debate. Let me ask you this. Where were you when you heard about what happened on October the 7th?
I was at home.
What was your reaction when you heard?
I was actually very sickened by it. And this is something I do want to put on the table because I think it's fair for...
Bastard.
I used to be a fan of Abby Martin. Do you think her journalistic efforts are heavily biased or have a negative impact on the current situation in Israel/Gaza?
Thanks for the $10. I don't know. Sorry. I couldn't tell you. I don't know anything about Abby Martin. I actually know her. I know the name, but I don't know. Couldn't tell you what her face looks like. Shit.
People to know this. In our religion, we do not believe, okay, as a Muslim, I am a Muslim, and I do not believe in the killing of any man, woman, or children.
Oh, that seems you do quite a lot of it,
That is
though.
not despite the religious teachings. That is because of the religious teachings. So, in terms of condemning Hamas and just jumping straight into it, I condemn not only Hamas but any other entity, okay, wherein it's proven that this has been done, that the killing of combatants has been done. Therein, I condemn any party that does it. Any party that kills people or strikes at people where it's more probable than not that it will hit a civilian target, I condemn them. And that's why I condemn the IDF. Because when they strike, they know that it's more probably than not going to hit civilian
Oh no,
targets.
so he's equating deliberate targeting of civilians with collateral damage. Oh no, they're going to debate. Pierce is going to fight him. Marwan Osman, thanks for the $4.99. Really appreciate that. SMH Pierce producer booked this motherfucker. He's not a good representative. He's conservative Muslim destiny. What? Yeah, he's one of these like. All I know about this guy is he's one of those like Speaker's Corner fucking guys, isn't he? Yeah. You know the Speaker's Corner wankers. Yeah.
They know that the majority of civilians, or the majority of people that are going to be affected, are civilians. We know that from the various operations that have been conducted. We know that because now in Gaza you find that there is a blockade, as you know, for 17 years, but also they're stopping them from electricity, water, which is a war crime under Geneva 4 of the Geneva Convention, Protocol 4 of the Geneva Convention.
I think that's probably
So this
true.
is something I'm surprised you didn't...
Yeah, I think everything I've read about cutting off the water is a war crime, right? Like, some people don't care about international laws, and maybe Israel will be like, well, they don't follow international laws.
Loaderbox, you smarmy
actually mentioned
bastard.
to the ambassador.
Well, I
I'll
did mention it.
You didn't say it's a war crime.
Well, I think it's...
Yeah, they've been accused of collective punishment, yeah. I don't know why they would do that. It just makes them look so fucking bad as well. Like, fucking IDF, man.
There's an arguable point with this a war crime.
Okay, let me ask you now then.
They are saying Israel, at the moment, Israel is adamant they are not breaching war crimes, right? It will be determined.
But if we could,
well, it will be determined whether that's the case.
No, sorry.
What is it?
That's incorrect.
Mohammed, let me make a point to you back on that. I think surely we can agree that what happened on October the 7th was a war crime.
I will say that it's actually kind of fair that this guy is the counter of Ben Shapiro, right? Because they're both like partisan fuckheads. But the problem is Pierce is like just so inclined to believe Ben Shapiro over this other guy, right? So the pushback levels are going to be so different.
Right. I mean, when people are taking grandmothers and executing them, kidnapping young children, when they're killing babies in their cribs, we can agree that's war crime, right?
Okay, babies.
Can we?
Surely, of course, 100%.
Right.
But babies in the crib. Sorry, what was the evidence for that?
Oh my God.
Sorry, CNN, the White House, Sky News, which you work for, all say.
I don't work for Sky News.
Well, your thing.
I did work at CNN. I saw one reporter who retracted it because she wasn't sure about the source.
It's unconfirmed by the White House.
But then the Daily Telegraph and the Jerusalem Post and other sources.
Thanks for the $4.99, Marwan. Why don't they just book someone explicitly pro-Hamas if the undercurrent of the show is the person criticizing Israel and Muslim is anyway? I don't know, because I don't think Hamas are representative of the majority of Muslims who oppose Israel. And I say that as someone who believes that most Muslims who oppose Israel are probably quite radical, like at least more so than non-Muslims who oppose Israel. I probably believe that. But I don't think they're at Hamas level. Yeah. Devin Johnson, the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Thanks.
Then did publish pictures,
CNN,
which indisputably show babies have been killed.
No, it showed one baby who's been charred, and that picture has been put up on Twitter and has been refuted by many people saying that it's actually AI.
Oh, no.
That's completely
False
untrue.
positive.
That is true. What's your source?
There's been a thorough investigation into the claim that was put up there by some rogue person on Twitter that it was AI. It has been completely disproven.
Okay, let me ask you a
question. That picture, which was published on the Telegraph, is a genuine, legitimate picture.
What is your source?
Are you seriously arguing that babies weren't killed?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, what are you saying?
I'm saying, give me a source.
Yeah.
You know full well you've been fired from the Daily Mirror for fake.
Historian Raz Segal officially calls it a genocide. Thanks for the $2. What, the Hamas attack or what the idea for doing right now?
Smarmy cuck bastard.
Images. So you know full well about the
I didn't accept they were faked.
Exactly. The UK government did.
Yeah, they did.
So
Because the UK government, just to be clear, had waged, in my view, an illegal war in Iraq.
So if he's on Democracy Now!, he's saying that the Gaza bombings are a textbook case of genocide. That's what he'll be saying, right? The Gaza assault. Why? What's his argument for that? How would you even know right now? Okay.
So you're allowed to go against the government, and I'm not allowed to go against the Israeli government?
Of course you're allowed to.
So tell me now, what's the source?
Because of the statements of the president, maybe.
Making a lot of presumptions about me, Mohammed.
Yes, I was the softball questions.
I was the editor.
Ambassador
No, they weren't. I put all the questions to the ambassador. I was the editor of the Daily Mirror when we opposed the Iraq war on the grounds that I believed it was an illegal war. I still believe that to this day. I think it stained this country.
Fantastic.
I don't think you even knew that.
I did know that.
Right.
But that's not the point I was making. I was making the point that if you're allowed to go against a government in their classification of an image, then if you have pro-Palestinian activists who are saying, actually, we need to see a source, shouldn't they be entitled to that?
The Daily Telegraph published on page 3.
Should they be entitled to that, yes or no?
You're talking about, the Daily Telegraph said they had independently verified the picture, Mohammed.
No, excuse me.
If you're saying that their verification is wrong...
No, excuse me. Primary source in academia... I know you've done a journalism degree, which is, frankly, is not relevant to what we're talking about here anyway.
Probably is to journalism, yeah.
No, it's not to this conflict, but we academics require primary source evidence in order to make it.
The Daily Telegraph said they verified the picture.
That's a secondary source.
You may say
that's secondary source.
You may say
that's a secondary source.
Well, you may say you don't think it's genuine. I don't agree with you. But the wider point.
That was my point. I said I want a source. I just want to see the evidence.
What we're arguing about here. You're not contesting that babies were killed.
No, I'm saying I want to see the evidence.
So why are you picking on the semantics of the veracity of one picture, which has been verified by British journalists? Why are you picking on that?
British journalists are
some
not
example
authority.
of somehow this wasn't as bad as it seemed.
British journalists are not an academic authority. You know that full well. You've been fired from Daily Mirror for that very purpose. What I'm saying to you is this: putting this issue to the side. I think.
Why did Israel occupy Lebanon? They went in '82 because they wanted to root out the PLO, and I think they stayed there. I don't know why they stayed there. If they had actually, like, I'd imagine it would have been, they probably would have cited security, because that's what they used. They would have called it a security zone. because they were still fighting with Hezbollah. But they originally went into the PLO.
I think you're trying to use as a red herring to move away from the
What
bigger
red
issues.
herring?
This is a red herring because already 1,023 children have been killed in Gaza. That's why. And you didn't ask the ambassador that question.
I
did you?
literally asked the ambassador.
No,
I said 3,000 people have already been killed in a week
Sure,
in Gaza.
but you didn't ask her.
Did you even listen to my interview with the ambassador?
I did listen, but excuse me.
Don't put words in my
hold
mouth
on.
or say I didn't ask a question.
Let me ask you a question. Do you condemn the killing of those children by the IDF?
I tell you what I condemn.
Yes or no?
I'm going to answer your question honestly and truthfully.
Sure.
And because I've tweeted about this, right?
Oh, okay.
I think that what happened on October the 7th was one of the worst atrocities I have ever had to read about or watch on
It
video.
happens every day in Palestine.
No.
So why do you care about that?
Oh my God. It's just so. I don't know why they're all programmed. I thought this guy was supposed to be like a giga debater, wasn't he? Doesn't this guy debate for a living? Doesn't he do this quite a lot?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
It does actually. Yes.
No. The Israeli forces.
I've got the stats for that. if you
Israeli forces do not go.
Cast-led,
Wait a minute,
protective
Mohammed.
edge. Go and check it out.
Mohammed. Israeli forces.
Cast-led, protective edge.
Israeli forces don't go into Gaza on one day and grab grandmothers and kill babies in their beds.
Okay.
And
no, hold on.
rape and abuse women.
So, rape, is there any evidence for that?
It's been multiple reports in multiple mainstream
by whom?
media publications. Well, you're going to sit here and deny everything,
No,
right?
no, I'm not denying anything.
You are.
No, I accept that some civilians have been killed. I do accept this. And I already said...
You don't believe any of the reports that women were raped?
No, I didn't say that. I said that it's still to be
do you
verified.
think they were raped?
No, I don't know. It's like the Russell Brand thing. You said we don't know. We need to see the evidence. So why do you apply two different standards?
I'm saying it's been
by the way,
reported.
when it's Israel, we know they're raped. When it's Russell Brand, you don't know because it's your friend.
No, it's been reported by legitimate news sources.
When it's Israel, you know they're raped. But when it's Russell Brand, you don't know.
Them.
When it's Russell Brand, you don't know if
There's
they're
no
raped.
comparison between Russell Brand and what's happened.
It's the same thing. It's a rape allegation. Why are you stuttering?
I'm not stuttering.
You are stuttering. You don't have anything
You're
to say.
contesting every single thing that I'm saying.
Yeah, that's
and I'm
the
saying
point
to
of
you,
an argument.
at the end, 1,300 people were brutally
2,000
murdered,
people have been killed on the other side.
Abused.
2,000 people have been killed on the
I
other
said
side.
that to the ambassador.
Okay, but do you condemn that, yes or no?
I don't think
so. You refuse to condemn?
No.
You do refuse to
Why
condemn?
are you putting words in my mouth?
Because you're not condemning it, are you?
What do you want me to condemn?
Israel's
right.
Excellent.
Yeah, okay, this guy is actually a debate pervert. Oh my God.
To condemn?
Yes.
I want you to condemn the fact that the IDF, knowing that it's more probable than not, pressing buttons from the sky, killing innocent civilians, 1,000 of them children, that is a war crime and that is not acceptable morally. Just like you condemn the other one. Is it condemnable or not?
I believe, given the scale of what Hamas did on October the 7th,
Go ahead,
Israel is entitled
to
to
kill
defend.
children.
No, that's not what I said.
Go ahead.
They're entitled to defend themselves with force.
Okay,
Then
excellent.
the question becomes, Mohammed, it's an interesting debate.
Sure.
If, as it seems to me, you believe too, Hamas are not a force for good, do you believe that?
Well, I think that anybody who kills children and those elements of Hamas who are killing children...
Right, so we can agree. So we agree. So my point is, if Israel's purpose is to rid the world of Hamas after the atrocity of October the 7th, how do they do that, given that Hamas embeds itself in civilian areas in the way that it does? Everyone knows that in Gaza.
Okay.
How do they do that in the surgically clean way that you seem to think they should be doing?
Okay, can I say...
How do you not kill civilians?
Beautiful.
I don't like any civilian death.
Do you mind if I answer the
I don't endorse any civilian death.
Well, no.
Do
You
I
don't condemn it, though,
Hang
do you?
on.
Yeah.
No, and here's why. Because I support Israel's right to defend itself.
Beautiful.
Now,
can I say
something?
something?
No, one more point. So then
Go
you
ahead.
can reply.
Sure.
But the question then becomes, what is proportionate?
Okay.
What is a proportionate response?
Okay.
I don't have the answer.
Excellent.
Because I don't know what a proportionate response to 1,300 murders is. When 260 young people at a music festival, most of them peace-loving people enjoying themselves at a festival, when they get slaughtered by people paragliding in with machine guns, I don't know what the proportionate response is.
Piers, let me respond to
So can you tell me?
You've spoken for about 2 minutes. You didn't do that with the ambassador. By the way, I'm just showing you're saying fair, but you're not being fair.
I've said what I
okay,
want to say.
so let me paint a picture.
I will be fair.
Sure.
I'm genuinely interested in what you have to say.
Right, excellent.
Is it okay to be against both of these guys? I hate both these people. They're just everything that is wrong with discourse, like in the entire fucking planet. You know, like it's just so much density. I can't even fucking see these people because the light is bending around them because of how much fucking density is happening in this room.
You're from Irish descent. You know that there was an IRA in Belfast and so on. Okay, so let me ask you a question now. If there was IRA in Belfast and they were occupying council properties and so on, and then we have a plane of RAF going to destroy that council property, destroy all of Belfast, flatten it, as one representative said, Gottlieb. The IDF said that. One of the IDF members said that we will flatten it completely. That's what we want to do. We don't care about accuracy, he said. We care about damage. That's what he said. You didn't question her about that. But anyway, if the RAF were to then go into Belfast and flatten, as the IDF and these guys want to do, if they want to flatten Belfast with all the white people, I'm going to use the term white, all the white people, council estates living in there, with the excuse that we're doing it because it's proportionate defense to the terrorists. What would you say about that?
Here's what I would say to you.
Is that acceptable or unacceptable?
Here's what I would say to you.
Yeah.
The IRA committed a series of atrocities over numerous decades. They targeted, in their eyes, military and political targets. They usually gave some form of warning, not always.
Okay.
They
were terrorists.
No, they were terrorists.
Sure.
They never, ever went out one day and committed the barbaric slaughter of 1,300...
Irrelevant.
No.
If they did.
Sorry, it's not irrelevant.
If they did.
No, Mohammed.
If they did.
Here's why it's not
If they
irrelevant.
did.
They never did.
If they did. Would you accept that? The RAF to flatten
By the way,
Belfast?
there were outrages committed by
my question is,
by the loyalist parliamentarians too.
My question is,
here's my point.
If they did, would you think it's acceptable
They
or
never
not?
came close to committing an outrage on that scale.
If
right?
they did, is it acceptable
They
to
never
flatten
went
Belfast?
in and kidnapped grandmothers or killed babies
If they
in cribs.
did, is it acceptable or not?
They believe they were fighting for better or worse, and I believe for worse, and that's why I'm glad peace was found.
But I'm
They
asking
believe
if
they were
you're not
fighting
answering my question.
political and military targets.
I'm trying to bring it closer to home
But
to
you're
you.
trying to compare apples and oranges.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
It's you that's doing that.
The only comparison that I would say that we saw from October the 7th and what Hamas did
Would you debate Pierce? Oh, any fucking day. Yeah. Let's go.
is with ISIS.
Excuse me.
Probably-
the only comparison
Probably
that
could.
bears
Let me ask you a
witness.
question.
Doesn't he let that fucking Benjamin Butterworth guy on all the time? And he's like not very well known. But I guess he's more like a bit of a clown. I don't know.
A Palestinian...
And ISIS were taken out, by the way, with planes...
No, wait, what do I have to say? Pierce Morgan, you slimy cuck bastard. You'll never debate. I'm challenging you to a debate. You'll never do it. You won't do it. You're scared. You got a week to respond. You slimy, you cuck. You won't do it. Okay, there we go.
No, here's my...
You didn't do this with the ambassador.
I'm going to finish
You did this with Ben Shapiro, which you gave the show to him.
No, hang on. I'm giving you plenty of time.
No, you're not.
I'm giving you plenty. You asked about the analogy of a plane flying over, targeting...
But you didn't answer my question.
But that did happen, Mohammed.
Antlerman, thanks for the £2. Boxman, what do you think about Pierce point sieve overlap? I don't know what that means, but thank you for the £2.
With ISIS.
Would you accept Belfast to be flattened
wait a minute.
or not? Yes
wait
or no?
a minute. It never happened. So the like for like isn't
It's not. It's a
relevant.
hypothesis. It's hypothetical.
It's not. I don't do hypotheticals.
You don't do hypotheticals?
No, let's deal with reality.
Okay, let's deal with reality.
Now, let me finish. Then you can answer.
You don't answer the question.
No. Here's the reality.
It's just so hyper.
Here's the reality, right? Let's just...
He must know it's like a tactic, right, to throw you off. That's the only reason you would talk like that, is to throw someone off. Yeah.
Yeah, they can see it.
Yeah, go on.
They listen to the debate.
Keep going.
Right? For what it's worth, I think it's a good debate to have. Right? These are questions many people on the pro-Palestinian side are having. I get it, right? But you're trying to compare what happened on October the 7th with the IRA.
No, I'm not.
I used a
hypothetical
wait a minute, Mum.
question.
I'm comparing it to ISIS. And the way that the world in the end dealt with ISIS actually was to use airstrikes. And many civilians were killed.
There's a huge difference
Many innocent
between the
people
two,
died.
which you're not,
They're not.
You don't understand it because you have no idea of the religious...
What's the difference between what happened on October the 7th and ISIS?
The difference between the Palestinian resistance is the following, okay? Any kind of thing which has Palestinian resistance attached to it, and ISIS, which is a brand of tekfirism, okay, is that ISIS is just one of many brands of tekfirism, which you don't know what it is, which is a kind of excommunication type heresiological Islamic sect, okay? So if there's
It's nihilistic mass murder. That's all they care about.
Listen, I know what you're saying, but I'm saying something else.
You agree with me, don't you?
I do, but of course I do, but you're not understanding what I'm saying, so I'm trying to break it down.
I am understanding what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that anything...
And I'm not anti-Palestinian, by the way.
Sure, please, but...
Over the many years, if you bothered to check what I said about it, I have always tried to shine a light on the plight of the Palestinians.
Allow me to speak, please, because you're just talking over me. The difference between the two are the following, right? Even if we assume that the killing of combatants in most definitions of terrorism is something which brings someone to be a terrorist, okay? I would say that if that is the case, then the state of Israel breaks that threshold and meets that condition. Because why is Israel not a state terrorist? If their highest officials are admitting that we want damage and not accuracy. Answer me this question. Why is the state of Israel, who are illegally occupying Gaza and the West Bank according to international law, and even the ICJ said that, okay, which is, as you know, an organ of the UN, all right? So this is international law. They're occupying, they're seizing, they're bombarding, they're indiscriminately killing, and they're blocking the supply lines. They're using white phosphorus. They're doing what you call mowing the grass, which is every couple of years, every few years, they're killing the Palestinian people.
I
want to understand what differentiates an Israeli in the sky pressing a button, killing the civilians, from somebody in any terrorist organization shooting the people. What differentiates it?
Israel will say it has a right to defend itself.
So will the terrorists? Right? That's what Osama bin Laden said.
And they will.
That's exactly Osama bin Laden's argument.
No, it's not.
We're going to bring up the concept of like collateral damage here. If it were the case that the IDF were just like, that's a civilian house, blow it up anyway, even though there's no Hamas there, that would be fucking insane. I'm not saying I've completely put it past them, but you'd have to show some strong, hard facts for that accusation.
Though
yes,
Hamas,
I read his fatwas.
I
read his fatwas.
Hamas aren't defending themselves. Bin Laden wasn't defending himself.
Define defense.
Bin Laden was trying to kill.
Marwan Osman with the $5. If I snap my fingers to October 6th and you were leader of Hamas, what would you do differently in the short term and strategically? I don't know. I probably wouldn't attack Israel. I'd maybe do some welfare or some shit. I don't know. Maybe do some anti-corruption. I would turn secular and reach over to the PA for an election. I would be so based. God, I'd be the most based Hamas leader. Fuck.
As many of the enemy as possible.
I'd maybe go and live in Gaza. Just a PR statement? I don't know.
Let me ask you a question. How could it be that an occupier is defending itself in the first place? The notion that Israel is defending itself is as absurd as the notion that the rapist is defending itself from the victim. Because Israel is the occupier.
You haven't asked me.
Hold on.
But
excuse me, let me finish. Just let me finish. An occupier by international law definition means that they are already in an offensive posture. If they're in an offensive posture, if someone brings you to Piers Morgan, grabs you by the thing, throws you into your bathroom, you're in your bathroom, you're screaming, and they're eating food, having a good time. One day you come out of your bathroom, you try and fight one of them, who's defending who from who?
Mohammed,
how can you self-defend when you're occupying? Answer me this question.
Let me speak now.
No, but answer the question.
Let me speak.
Answer the question first.
Answer the question.
I'm going to speak.
Yeah.
Let me answer.
Yeah.
I believe that Israel's made a number of bad choices.
That's not answering my question.
Wait, I'm telling you what I think.
You're not answering my question.
Telling you what I think.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay? I don't think Israel's been perfect at all, right?
You should have had the moral high ground.
I think a lot of the decisions Israel's taken are wrong. I think Benjamin Netanyahu, by the way, his attempts to usurp the power of the Supreme Court this year in Israel has been a complete disaster.
Do you condemn them from killing civilians or not?
I do not. I will defend them this week.
Yes or no?
Wait.
Yes or no?
I will defend them this week in defending themselves against one of the worst terror attacks ever.
So you can kill civilians for that?
You can target Hamas.
Can you target? No, hold on.
And if Hamas, the controlling, governing, ruling body in Gaza, hide amongst the public,
this is a false flag.
Members of the public will die.
You're talking about fallacies. This is called the Moat and Bailey fallacy, which is that you're trying to defend one controversial idea by using another.
He's got the fallacy. Oh, no. He got the fallacy in. Oh, no. It's coming. What is that? Israel has the right to defend itself versus Israel has the right to kill civilians to take out Hamas targets. People oh God, he's got the debate tactics. Oh no. Oh no. He's on Reddit.
It's Mott and Bailey fallacy. You can check it up on your own time. The point is this. I'm not...
You check it out on your own time. This is...
Loner box. You smarmy fuck bastard.
It's the agua fallacy. Not the agua fallacy. Oh shit.
Asking you whether Israel has a right to defend itself. We've already He said of the logical and legal impossibility. The logical and legal impossibility of an occupying power, according to international law, of actually defending itself. Because
So Israel can't defend it. Israel should just lay down its arms and just let Hamas roam free. Is that what he's saying? If Israel's the occupier, then according to international law, what they should just all die. Like, okay.
Let me finish. It's already in an offensive posture. Now I'm saying this. If it is the case, you're just saying it's defending itself against Hamas. Is the only way to defend itself against Hamas by dropping bombs in the most densely populated area, one of the most densely populated areas in the world? Is that the only way? It's a false dichotomy. They could do so
in the online political community. Just want to say thank you for your voice in the online political community. It is definitely appreciated, my dude. Keep up the efforts and good work. It is definitely appreciated, my dude.
Okay, I'm gonna fix that donor sound tomorrow. You can look it up. Look it up, bruv.
They can do insurrection. They can go in and they can target.
We're going to take
Hamas.
a short break. I'm going to keep you here. I want to finish this. I want to give you the time. I think it's an important debate, an important conversation.
Sure. But you have to answer my questions.
I will.
You have to.
But actually, you have to answer mine. It's my show.
Pivot.
Actually.
Pivot.
For the record, you can ask me as many questions as you want, but I'll tell you what I think.
I've answered all your questions.
We're going to take a short break. We're going to come back and we're going to finish with a few more minutes, okay? Welcome back to Pittsburgh. It says, well, Mohammed Hijab is still with me. Mohammed, we've had a lively debate. I knew it would be a lively debate. This is a very important issue. It's a passionate issue. People on both sides. If I tweet about anything, doesn't matter what I say. One side, if I'm even remotely sympathetic to them, the other side, poor abuse and vice versa and so on. Let's try and cut through it all and get to what happens here. How do we find peace in the Middle East? I've been covering Israel-Palestine since I've been a journalist, 3 decades. And it seems to me we're as far away now as we've ever been. How do you think we get to a place of peace?
You'll be surprised. Look, even Hamas, some 4 or 5 years ago, they even agreed to the 1967 lines, the borders. And what you have to understand, that this cannot be scapegoated on Hamas, because before Hamas's existence, this was still going on. This was going on before Israel's existence.
But do you believe in a two-state solution?
It's 2017. I feel like Hamas have flip-flopped on this so many times. I don't actually know what their reasoning is for it. Maybe it's like a propaganda move, because in 2006, like right after the Second Intifada, when they'd sent a bunch of fucking suicide bombers into Israel, they were saying like right after they wanted a peace process and shit in 2006. I don't know. Oh, is this the new charter? Is this the fucking fraud charter? Or is that different? I think now we know that it was all cap, though, right? Yeah, the new chart, but I don't think they ever got rid of the old one. They just put a new one out for like to put as the fucking in front of the cameras while the old one stayed there. I remember this. I remember actually a couple of streamers were like, Hamas have a new charter now. Or there was some documentary about it. No, that was capping, yeah.
Look, even Hamas was proposing a two-state solution.
But do you believe in it?
Look, there's advantages and disadvantages. This is a different. I don't know. I mean, it's a difficult one.
Could you imagine 2 states next to each other living in peace? Palestine, Israel.
Look, it's a possibility. I mean, as I say, even Hamas was saying that that's a possibility. I mean, this was 4 years ago. But what I want to bring to your attention is that nothing can happen if the international body or the UN becomes a toothless agency. In 2018 to 19, when actually 221 people were killed on a peaceful protest in Gaza. It was called the Great March of Gaza. 220 people, it's what people died. Hamas didn't shoot a bullet. No rocket was launched, yeah? So 220 people died, and this is even mentioned by the UN and these kind of agencies. They tried to bring it up.
XQC is now doing Israel-Palestine stuff. Would you talk to him about it? Am I like a big streamer now? Can I just be like, hey, XQC, let's talk about Israel-Palestine? Can I do that? Is that like, how do I do that? XQC, you smarmy cuck bastard. You'll never talk to me about Israel-Palestine. You won't do it. You won't fight me in a boxing match. And you won't talk to me. Chat. All right, hang on. It's crazy. Marwan Osman, $10. Thank you very much. Why aren't the 2007 articles like amendments to the constitutions? The 3/5 compromise text is still in the Constitution, but the 14th Amendment doesn't reference 3/5, and yet it nullifies it. I don't know.
Up the Palestinian Authority to they tried to bring this up to what we call the ICJ, which is part of the UN, okay? What happened is the Donald Trump administration, they threatened to freeze the assets of the ICJ, which tells you the following. What are the Palestinian people to do? Because the fact of the matter is, if they try and bring it up...
Let me ask you.
Let me finish the point. Let me finish the point. If they try and bring it up...
We're running out of time. That's why I'm jumping in.
But if they try and bring it up to international law, it's thwarted.
I do think
if they're trying to boycott...
international law matters.
Sure.
I just don't believe that any peace can be achieved with Hamas in charge. Do you?
Before Hamas...
Now, after what happened last weekend.
Forget about last weekend. Last weekend is...
Can't forget about last weekend.
No, it's not. Before last weekend, before Hamas in 1987, this was still going on.
But not on this scale. And
worse.
No, it wasn't as bad as this.
What are you talking about?
What happened on October the 7th
sorry, that shows ignorance
was
of
the
history.
single worst assault on a populace since 9/11. It was.
Yom Kippur War was 2,600 people died, by the way. 1973. That's false.
That was a war, dipshit.
In one day?
In one day, I don't know, about 600 people died in one day.
Mohammed,
I've
got to leave it there. We've run out of time. I gave you more time than I planned to. Sure. I hope you appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I appreciate you coming in.
Thanks.
Wow. Oh, these debates are so shit. Okay. What a horrible fucking debate. Like, nothing to comment on. Yeah, no disinfor... Like, it's just... Oh, shit. The UN Security Council is meeting to discuss a resolution on Israel. Interesting. The UN Security Council met Monday evening to vote on rival Russian and Brazilian resolutions that reflect deep divisions over the decades-old Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the latest Hamas attacks and Israeli retaliation. But immediately after the session was gavelled to order, the United Arab Emirates ambassador, Lana Nusibe, asked for members to go into closed consultations, and the 15 council ambassadors left the room. Several diplomats said they wanted a delay in the vote, especially on the Brazil resolution.
You smarmy cuck bastard.
The UN's most powerful body, which is charged with...
the 2007 articles like amendments to the Constitution? The 3/5 THS compromise text is still in the Constitution, but the 14th Amendment doesn't reference 3/5 THS, and yet it nullifies it.
The UN's most powerful body, which is charged with maintaining international peace and security, has failed to respond to the conflict. The Russian draft resolution, which was scheduled to be voted on first, calls for an immediate, durable, and fully respected humanitarian ceasefire and strongly condemns all violence and hostilities directed against civilians and all acts of terrorism. It never mentions Hamas. Fucking Russia, bro. I think this resolution already failed. It was already rejected. I wonder why. Fucking Russia. The Brazilian draft resolution calls for humanitarian pauses and also firmly condemns all violence and hostilities against civilians and all acts of terrorism. But it also unequivocally rejects and condemns the heinous terrorist attacks by Hamas. Okay. I don't know. Sorry, guys. Minor F in the chat. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about the small F. Light F in the chat. I'm probably going to stream for maybe just over another hour because Blinken met with Netanyahu for 7 hours. Yeah, I saw the meeting start. 7 hours they were talking. Holy shit. I don't know. I guess maybe you guys missed the panel yesterday because I think going forward from this, because I'm not going to get into the whole of like what Israel should do now. Like, should there be a ceasefire and all that shit? Because I don't know. I don't know what the right thing to do is. Assuming Israel succeeds in taking out Hamas and it doesn't launch a fucking third world war with Lebanon and fucking Iran and America, assuming it goes to plan and Israel gets to occupy Gaza and they don't keep refugees out of North Gaza, assuming all that, I think at least it seems to be a bit of an indication that America can actually twist Israel's arm to do more things. I think that's probably the case because I know that it was American pressure that's getting them to turn the water back on in the South. I know it's been the case in the past that even in periods of like intense violence, like during the First Intifada, American presidents have frozen loans to Israel in exchange for them either freezing settlements or getting them to turn up to peace negotiations. Like in 1992, in the last year of the First Intifada, Bush Sr. actually withheld a $10 billion loan for, I think there were Soviet Jews coming down to Israel from the fall of the Iron Curtain. And America was going to loan Israel $10 billion to help them resettle them in Israel. And Bush Sr. froze that loan and only restarted it if Israel stopped settlement expansion, like froze it, and then also turned up to the Madrid Peace Conference. So it is possible. It's very possible. That's what I think needs to come back, because for I don't know why, but for the longest time, America just has not used its power to pressure Israel to do anything like forward. And we know they can't do it by themselves. Not especially after now, but unless there's something I'm missing, unless like America has actually used pressure on Israel like more recently that I just don't know about. What about Obama? I don't know. Has Obama pushed for a settlement freeze? I guess it's because since the Second Intifada, there's not really been a substantial peace process that like the world could probably get behind. Anyway, I need to go to the bathroom and I'm going to read all those 3 donos. What the fuck? All right, 1 second.
Lonerbox, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Would love to hear your perspective on Jared Kushner on Lex Friedman, at least the first hour. Ty for being a voice of reason. New here, I've been glued for a week. Alex.
Lonerbox, you smarmy cuck bastard. Lonerbox, you smarmy cuck bastard.
I am morally conflicted about international law. If Hamas is using tunnels under mosques, hospitals in Gaza, Israel in catch-22, Israel bombing them harms civilians also wrong, in impossible position.
Lonerbox,
Okay.
you smarmy cuck bastard.
Thanks again for the extensive and insightful streams. Have some of my freedom bucks.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Israeli hummus. No, I would never buy Israeli hummus. I buy Moroccan hummus. Let's look at where the fuck? I was gonna ask about if Destiny ever had a debate with Mohammed Hijab, but my brain was preparing to call him Mohammed Jihad. What's wrong with me? Okay. The West Bank settler violence. We haven't really covered that much. It seems pretty bad.
If Gaza right now is an explosive pressure cooker, the occupied West Bank is bubbling over in a violent boil.
Okay, I'm going back. I'm going back. Avanti.
Gaza and the West Bank are two separate entities. Different rules, different governments, different living conditions. But Gaza and the West Bank share a common people. So let me explain the relationship between the two and how Hamas's attack on Israel and Israel's retaliation on Gaza has turned the West Bank into an active battleground. When Hamas carried out its devastating attack on Israel just over a week ago, killing more than 1,300 people, young, old, men, women, families, foreigners, three things followed. One, a tightening of Israel's grip on Palestinian freedom of movement.
I'm here in the occupied West Bank, which is now under complete lockdown by the Israeli authorities.
Two, we saw a huge influx of weapons into the West Bank, all into the hands of Israeli settlers. Thousands of assault rifles along with helmets and bulletproof vests. Civilian security, the front line in many armed conflicts between Israelis and Palestinians in the West Bank. But the third thing we saw, Palestinians taking to the streets and a recognition that this violent outburst by Hamas was a long time coming.
جايين نوقف مع أهلنا في غزة ونوصل لهم رسالة إنه إحنا معهم وإنه هم مش لوحدهم، جايين ندعمهم وعشان نرفع معنوياتهم.
The West Bank is home to more than 3 million Palestinians, but Israel has controlled that space, occupied it for decades. The government there, the Palestinian Authority under Mahmoud Abbas, largely cooperates with Israel.
Mahmoud Abbas has essentially been, at least on the ground to a lot of Palestinians, sort of irrelevant. He's seen as aging and corrupt, ineffective, really not having offered politically the Palestinians any prospect of hope. Hamas has sent a clear shot across the bow that the Palestinian Authority is, if not completely irrelevant, at least it's not anything that is going to be able to really bring about any sort of solution.
And Palestinians increasingly feel squeezed. In the last 50 years, hundreds of Jewish settlements have been built in the West Bank. That's hundreds of thousands of Israeli settlers pushing into Palestinian territory, and it's all considered illegal under international law. But it happens, and a literal wall prevents Palestinians from pushing back. 700 kilometers long, heavily fortified, dotted with observation towers, surveillance, and security.
A wall is either built to protect or to separate.
Israelis call it a security necessity. Palestinians call it the apartheid wall.
I'm going back. I'm going back. Avanti.
Up, behind that,
The occupied West Bank is now not only occupied, it's effectively blockaded. The Israeli army has turned it into an archipelago of separation. 3.2 million Palestinians are simply stuck.
Israeli settlers have killed at least 3 Palestinians in attacks on a village south of Nablus in the occupied West Bank.
This decades-long conflict between Israeli settlers building homes and Palestinians who feel increasingly penned in became dramatically more violent since Hamas fighters poured across the Gaza border into Israel on October 7th.
In the last few days, there have been attacks waged by settlers against Palestinians, burning Palestinian homes, properties.
Since the Hamas attack, Israeli security forces and settlers have shot and killed more than 50 Palestinians in the West Bank. That includes a widely reported incident where an Israeli settler was filmed shooting a Palestinian at point-blank range near Hebron in the south. Meanwhile, hundreds of checkpoints, maybe even more than that, keep Palestinians from mobilizing on a larger scale. According to Human Rights Watch, Israeli forces routinely turn away or delay and humiliate Palestinians at checkpoints without explanation, while permitting largely unfettered movement to Israeli settlers. The response from many Palestinians: fire and stone.
أنا اليوم جاي أدافع عن حق الوطن وأنا اليوم بنساش حقي وأنا كشاب فلسطيني وساكن يعني في فلسطين.
There are some Palestinians who are unsympathetic to the death and destruction wrought by Hamas. At least one who spoke to CBC News told us he doesn't actually believe Hamas did what it did. And for people like him, Israel's bombing campaign in Gaza only underlines decades of Israeli occupation.
We are seeing the excessive use of force by Israeli soldiers against Palestinians. And if you ask them, they would tell you that the excessive use of force against them is not something new.
This kind of thing just doesn't build up overnight. It comes after years of settlement expansion, land confiscation. What happened in Jerusalem and what's happening in Gaza was the last straw. It's about, for these people, years of Israeli pressure.
In a poll conducted by the Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research in June, so before the Hamas attack, just over half of respondents support a return to armed intifada, a third uprising, and that armed
cuck bastard.
What do you think of people talking about the 40 babies being beheaded not being verified? I feel like it's important to stop misinformation and fake news at such a turbulent time. I heard the rapes weren't verified either.
Sorry, I was muted. The 40 babies thing was not verified, being beheaded. We know that babies have died. That is verified. We know that one was set on fire, one was burnt. We know that there are eyewitnesses from the festival who said that women were being raped. And there is that one video of that woman with blood on the back of her pants in a very suggestive area. Lonerbox, how do people call for Israel not to occupy Gaza and say it already is occupying Gaza at the same time? That's a really clever point. It's the difference between a legal argument and a semantic argument. So when people say don't occupy Gaza, they obviously mean don't send the troops and the tanks into Gaza and take it over. That's a bit different from saying that Gaza is occupied before last week, because Gaza is occupied in a legal sense, in the sense that Israel controls the border, the maritime space, the airspace, and the population registry, and the movement of all goods and people in and out of the enclave. Anyway.
Armed action is the best way to end the Israeli occupation. Now, complicating all of this is the fact that you have a number of people in the West Bank for whom that isn't actually home. There are hundreds of Gazans who, for example, have day jobs in Israel or were in the West Bank visiting family who have since the attack been rounded up by Israeli police.
More than 60 Palestinians were detained in less than 12 hours across the occupied
Read the donations. I'll read the donations after a fucking set period of time. What are you talking about?
West Bank.
I'm getting too many of them now. I actually can't just read out every donation as it comes because it like disorientates the stream. Chat gets disorientated. I can see you guys. You're freaking out.
The number of daily detentions has tripled over the past week.
They have no idea when they'll be able to go back home to Gaza to see their friends, their family, their children. There are also about 100 Canadians in the West.
Look at them.
who've
They're
registered
losing
with
it.
Global Affairs Canada. Foreign Affairs Minister Mélanie Joly says a first group of 21 Canadians has taken a bus from the West Bank into neighboring Jordan. But for the vast majority of the West Bank's 3 million people, the future is uncertain. The fear is that the reality today will become the norm, and the violence isn't stopping.
Okay. Al Jazeera thing about whether there are war crimes done. Posted Obama speaking to BB in stream chat. What the fuck is Obama doing? Obama. You timestamped it. What a legend. What a queen.
Obama insisted that Netanyahu
3 years
stop the
ago.
construction of Jewish settlements on lands captured in the '67 war, which were claimed by the Palestinians.
It wasn't a request, it was a demand. And I think that this shocked Netanyahu, shocked the people around Netanyahu, and sort of gave proof to the people who had been whispering in Netanyahu's ears that this guy's up to no good.
A settlement freeze, a recurring demand of American presidents.
Yeah.
But it was a deal breaker for the right flank of Netanyahu's fragile political coalition.
The freeze notion was a difficult one. So it had a very sharp point, and it came at Israel in the first instance with a knife.
Netanyahu is surprised by that and feels that, in a sense, he's kind of walked into a trap.
Netanyahu found that outrageous.
You see, these fucking psychos just need to go. How can you say that, like, oh, I really wish that the Palestinians would vie for peace, but they just won't do it. Let's keep 2 settlements. Like, fuck off. Actually, just, what an unbelievable cunt thing to do. Like,
Palestinians weren't doing anything as far as he was concerned, so why should he? So there was already some real scratchiness there over what Obama expected Israel to do and what Israel expected.
These talks are so weird.
Out of Obama.
It will not be easy. It never has been easy.
And in front of the press, Obama doubled down, making the demand in public.
Saying publicly what I said privately, that settlements have to be stopped in order for us to move forward. That's a difficult issue. I recognize that. But it's an important one, and it has to be addressed.
For Netanyahu, his first meeting with the president couldn't have gone worse.
I think Netanyahu recognized in Obama suddenly a person who was hell-bent on setting up a Palestinian state.
And I remember him coming back from his first meeting with President Obama. Something that tells him that it's going to be a different president. Super intelligent lawyer who is probably a brilliant, brilliant man. He has ideas, he has goals, he has a vision, and something in what we in Hebrew call the neshoime.
This is what I mean, though. Like, the Israeli right, they just need to be fucking arm twisted. They can't, you can't just ask them. You can't, yeah, you have to just be like, mate, stop being a fucking moron. I don't know. Okay, that was interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of glazing. Obama glazing. What the fuck is the Antifa initiate role in Discord, and why do I have it? Because you're an Antifa initiate, obviously. It's the default role when you join the server. I don't know. I kind of just winged it. Do I want what? Do I want to watch fucking anti-Semitic cartoons for an hour and a half? Because I need to. Apparently, someone needs to be convinced that people in Gaza are propagandized as children to hate Jews. Did you guys know that? I didn't know. I had no fucking idea. No, fuck off. I don't want to. Like, look at that.
And it may very well be the show's.
I had no idea that they taught kids to hate Jews in Gaza because Hamas are bad. Wow, that's absolutely insane, chat. It's fucking outrageous. Someone needs to stop them. Biden's going to visit Israel on Wednesday. He's going to make a visit. What's he going to say, Jack? What is he going to say? Hello, Aiko. How's it going? Okay, shall we read some of these smooper chats? Well, you guys aren't recommending me good content, I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that much. Oh, I had the article. I had the New Yorker article. The Future of Palestinian Politics, or whatever the fuck it was called. Where the Palestinian Project Goes From Here. Yeah, we never read this one. This looks like a good article from the New Yorker. It's not even that long. It's quite short. Excuse me, Jesus. Dono's delayed again. We're going to read Dono's and then we're going to do this article, okay? You'll tell Hamas to stop it with the malarkey. Yeah. Bro, it's scary out there, man. Still. There's Muhammad hijab content. Wait, what? Hang on. Where? Oh, extremely related Muhammad hijab content. What is this? Oh, Jews attacked at Israel rally.
On Sunday, as British Jews celebrated the ceasefire in Israel, violent extremists attacked us on the streets. As 2,000 of us rallied for Israel and for peace, including the ambassador, politicians and community leaders, an angry crowd of Islamists and pro-Palestinian activists began hurling abuse at us. A few Jewish boys who were trying to join the rally took a wrong turn and mistakenly walked into the Islamist protest. As I arrived, it looked like two popular YouTubers, Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawa, were riling up the mob.
That's Ali Dawa, isn't it?
It was terrifying. The boys had to be rescued by the police as bottles and eggs rained down on them. Mohammed Hijab then threatened a police officer that he'd kill the boy's dog if he saw it again.
However, when those Zionists came in with their dogs, that was an act of provocation. So what we're saying now, and I'm making it very clear so everyone understands, if those dogs come close to us again, we will see it as an act of aggression and we will kill those dogs, we'll put them down.
Hijab and Dawa then led the crowd to Speaker's Corner, and as the mob marched through London streets, screaming, "We'll find some Jews, we want their blood," the police did nothing. Let that sink in. They're calling for our literal blood, and the police are just strolling alongside them.
We'll find some Jews there! We want the Zionists, we want the blood!
This is the Nike anti-Jewish edition.
A couple of hours later, we were violently...
No, it's anti-Zionism, it's not anti-Semitism. Fuck it. Okay, let's do some schmooper chats. This was... Yeah, that guy's he's a bit of a dickhead, isn't he? He's not a good person. God, why did I got so many fucking donos? I mean, thank you. YHBT still with the $20. Thank you very much. Would love to hear your perspective on Jared Kushner on Lex Fridman. At least the first hour. YouTube being a voice. Oh, thank you, being a voice of reason. New here. I've been glued for a week. Alex. Oh, thanks very much. Wow, thank you so much. I don't know anything about Kushner, so maybe I could have a look. Kushner on Lex Fridman. Elijah, the £5. Have you seen any news about the killings in Brussels? And if so, do you think the media will find this a way to blame this on Palestine? Keep up the good work. I don't actually know how the mainstream media have been reporting that. I think the BBC had to apologize for the way that they were. The BBC had to apologize for the way they were reporting on the Free Palestine protests, because they were calling them like anti-Semitic when a lot of them were just not. They were just like. Because the problem is now most people are just watching what's happening in Gaza and they want to bring their Palestinian flags out for that. So it's like, I know that's not the most reassuring thing to a fucking Jewish person who lives in the town or whatever, but like, I'd imagine that's most of the people there. Antlerman with the £10. I am morally conflicted about international law. If Hamas is using tunnels under mosques, hospitals in Gaza, Israel is in catch-22. Israel bombing them harms civilians, also wrong, an impossible position. It just has to be like it's proportionality. It's civilian casualties versus how much military advantage you can get. That's it. Which is why, because of like the reason Hamas launches attacks against Israel before last week, the reason they do it, even though they know they're not going to gain territory, they're not going to win anything, they're probably not even going to hit that much. But what it does is, when Israel counterfires, they know that if they attack Hamas rocket launchers and launch pads and other infrastructure, they know they're going to take out some civilians. They know that's going to happen, right? And Hamas does that because when Israel retaliates and has to take out infrastructure, there will be civilian casualties because that's how Hamas operates. And then that means that they get to win on the international stage. It's happening right now. The Hamas propaganda machine right now is saying the same thing that like fucking President Sunday is, right? That Israel is committing a genocide against Palestinians. And then Israelis and the IDF are probably thinking like, oh, whoa, why do we have to play fair? They don't play fair. Why are you holding us to a high standard? And then they feel like they need to violate international laws as well just to keep up with the bad guys or whatever. I don't know. Fuck. Like, again, we do hold them to a higher standard because we support Israel. Like, we don't support Hamas. So, yeah. Okay. Tim R. with the $10. Thanks again for the extensive and insightful streams. Have some of my freedom bucks. Whoa! I really appreciate that. Rick Montana with the 10 gifted live memberships. Holy shit. That's a lot of tier 1 subs. Thank you very much. I don't even know what tier they are, but they're subs. Thank you very much. Devil's Advocate with a $4.99. I hope you had a good dumpy. Did you wash your hands? Okay. Toddley 76. Welcome to the Box Stock Holdings tier 2. Sorry, thanks for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. I'm just reading out the thing. Hoban Production with the 21 euros. I already answered that question about the babies being beheaded. Okay. Joshua Dalton with a $5. More chat disorientation incoming. I know, it's crazy, chat. Aiko Rules. Streamer with a tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Shahmir Shahid with a 5 Canadian. Thank you very much. What is the Steelman for expansion of settlements? Seems insane. Thanks for the in-depth coverage and the historical deep dive. What is the Steelman for the settlements? I've had an intelligent person come on and try to make it to me, and he honestly sounded like a random word generator. I don't know. It's because they think it's their land. That's it. Or they think they're building up like economic opportunity, or because they want to strengthen their claim, right? They want to annex parts of the West Bank, and the best way to strengthen your claim to an area is to build houses and have people live there, and build communities. People say it's security. We just learned why it's an awful security strategy, right? Because the IDF were stretched across the West Bank because more settlements creates more violence and resentment on both sides, and then the IDF were stretched thin, and then they couldn't handle what happened in South Israel. Ugh. Why is Chud Logic on screen? And then they arm the settlers. Yeah. Well, that's what they've done now, right? They fucking Ben Gavir and shit. Yeah. Yeah, they sometimes rely on, what is it, like, I think it used to be a policy, someone said yesterday. I don't know if that's true. But yeah, they rely on, like, civilian community policing fucking apparatuses and shit that settlers do, because the settlers do their own, are willing to be quite violent. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the settlements didn't start as a state thing. It was independent actors just moving there, and then under the occupation after 1967. The state sanctioned thing actually came after, as far as I know. What is Erudite streaming about?
I've always wanted to dress up as like a drow ranger or something. I've even
She's
practiced
standing
with
up.
face paint for it, but
Okay, weird. Cool. All right. Ye Master, thanks for the $2. Thanks for the analysis. Love the streams. DGGL. DGGL. Okay, let's read this article. Oh, she's streaming. See you later. Fuck off then. God damn it. Yeah, support smaller streamers. Ooh, I'm joking. That's a joke because... Why are you streaming on YouTube and not Twitch? Because I don't know. Like, all my viewers come on YouTube. I don't know why. I streamed on Twitch for like 2 years and got like 100, 200 viewers. You know? And I come on YouTube and it just fucking explodes. Even though, again, you get a lot more money on Twitch somehow. People give more money on Twitch. Blastio with a $1.99. You're harboring far-right extremists. DGG. That's true, yeah. It's the dust and privilege. Yeah, I guess so. Honestly, I'd rather stream to more people than make more money, though. I like streaming to YouTube. I don't know. If I can keep this up for a few months, then I can probably get a website. But I'd need to do it for a few months to know that it's a reasonable investment. It might just be the case that I've got like 2 things happening right now, right? I've got Destiny's away, and there's a fucking war on, and it's on a topic that...
You smarmy cuck bastard.
It's on a topic that people trust me on more than other streamers, I guess, or a lot of other streamers, so yeah. That's probably the reason, right?
Loaderbox. You smarmy.
But it's not gonna. That's not gonna keep up forever. I think if I want to keep the streaming thing going, I'm gonna need to like find more debates or find more content or find some crazy orbiters. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do something different. I don't think I keep it up like just React content forever or whatever the fuck. Like, you know. Anyway, you're building trust, though. That's true. Yeah. Oh. I can come up with some psychotic takes if you need. Can you stream on both Twitch and YouTube? I could dual stream until I get banned. Or I could drop to affiliate and dual stream. Reach out to Hassan. Hassan's not going to talk to... Hassan doesn't talk to smaller streamers. He doesn't talk to Denims. He doesn't talk to Bad Bunny. He doesn't talk to... why did I say Bad Bunny? He doesn't talk to Mike from PA. He doesn't talk to that Carter guy, or he doesn't talk to Gremlo. He doesn't talk to any of those guys, does he? He's got loads of like very close associates. He doesn't talk to any of them on his stream. I'm not saying he has to. It's just like that's what he does, you know. So I don't know why you think he would talk to me. Okay. This was written 6 days ago, 4 days after October 7th. I saw that Denims got called out on H3, yeah. She says it was out of context. The clip itself doesn't look very clever, looked a bit silly. Again, it's just people can't stop comparing things to Nazis. And it sounds especially bad when you do it to Israel, like because it's Jews and shit. Anyway. Where the Palestinian political project goes from here. For decades, Hamas and Israel have maintained a violent equilibrium. How will the war change that paradigm? Last weekend, Hamas fighters stormed into Israel, killing more than 1,000 Israelis and taking some 150 hostages. Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, announced that his country was at war, and his cabinet called up hundreds of thousands of reservists and ordered the bombing of the Gaza Strip, where, in the past few days, as many as 1,100 Palestinians have already been killed. So this is 200 plus hostages now and over 3,000 Palestinians dead. To talk about the conflict, I called Tariq Bakoni, the president of the board of the think tank Al-Shabaka, the Palestinian Policy Network. He has also worked with the International Crisis Group in Ramallah and is the author of the 2018 book Hamas Contained. During our conversation, which has been edited for length and clarity, we discussed what Hamas hoped to accomplish, how Israel government policy towards Hamas has changed over the years, and how to understand the sheer scale of the violence and cruelty we have seen in recent days. How do you make sense of the timing of this attack? What happened in the past weekend has really shifted the paradigm of how we understand the dynamic between Hamas and Israel, specifically, but more broadly, between Israel and the Palestinians. Under the old paradigm, there were several factors that might have precipitated this attack, such as the increasing violence that the Israelis are using in the West Bank through their settlers and through annexation, the provocation around the Temple Mount and, of course, around the Gaza Strip, and the growing restrictions that are part of Israel's blockade of Gaza. Any of these in the past would have compelled Hamas to initiate some kind of missile launch or offensive that would demonstrate that it's acting on behalf of the Palestinian people and looking to protect Palestinians, or change the reality in Gaza. Tequila, can you put that in? Oh, you did. You're so quick. Blink and tweet. Today, at our request, the United States and Israel have agreed to develop a plan that will enable humanitarian aid from donor nations and multilateral organizations to reach civilians in Gaza, including the possibility of creating areas to help keep civilians out of harm's way. Yeah. Okay. Safe zones might be happening. I mean, that seems like people were talking about that yesterday. It just seems like the most logical thing to do. Yeah. Imagine if Trump was president this time. Oh my God. Well, first of all, it probably would have, like, Trump would have tried to push through the peace plan. He would have pushed for Israel to annex Area C. Like, oh God. No, thank fuck Trump is not. Oh, can you imagine the speeches? We had a great peace plan. It was excellent. It was beautiful. We had a beautiful little tunnel. There was going to be a tunnel from Gaza to the West Bank. Glorious, like nothing you've ever seen. I love the Palestinian people. They love tunnels. I know they do. It's tremendous. They got some of the best tunnels ever. Fuck me. We're going to make big peace. The greatest peace. Much more than Obama. And I look at what happened today under Sleepy Joe with the paragliders. They come in and there's no security. It's disgraceful. And I told the Bernie bros with their awful misogyny, terrible misogyny, like none you've ever seen. And you can take it from me. I know a lot of misogynists, you know? Some of them good people. Fuck it, okay. The scale of the offensive and its successes, from Hamas's perspective, mean that we're actually in a new paradigm in which Hamas's attacks are not restricted to renegotiating a new reality in the Gaza Strip, but rather are capable of fundamentally undermining Israel's belief that it can maintain a regime of apartheid against Palestinians interminably with no cost to its population. And so, in that new paradigm, the reasons that Hamas have attacked are quite clear. I think that Israel is in possibly the weakest position it has been in a very long time. There are major cracks within the Israeli polity and society around the nature of what this Zionist project has produced. I think the army is at its weakest because many reservists were protesting, because this is the most fascist government in the country's history. Okay. This guy's left-leaning. This guy's a left-leaning writer. Okay. And so, even internationally, there's a recognition that this actually isn't the Jewish democratic state that everyone believed it to be, but rather something far more troubling. To be fair, this is the complaint that's being made by Israeli liberals as well. When you say that we've arrived at a new paradigm, are you implying that Hamas set out, with the scale and brutality of this attack, to create a new paradigm? I don't think Hamas set out to create a new paradigm, but Western policymakers and, more generally, the international community have been changing their understanding of this reality. That change has been happening for a few years. It is now pretty much consensus among Palestinians and Israelis in the human rights world and other international members of that field that this is a regime of apartheid. In 2021, Palestinians emerged in demonstrations and protests throughout the land of historic Palestine in a unity intifada meant to overcome this idea that there's partition between, let's say, the interior of Israel and the occupied territories. That was, in some ways, the beginning of this shift to move away from this Oslo design of partitioning Palestinians and into really understanding the Palestinian struggle as a struggle of a single people against a single regime of oppression. But what Hamas has done now, and I'm not entirely sure that Hamas thought its offensive could be as major as it ultimately was, really shattered the idea that Israel can maintain a regime of apartheid, or rather, that Israel can still pretend to be a Jewish and democratic state while it's oppressing another people interminably. Is that how you say that? Interminably? I think it's interminably, not interminably. That's a stupid word. I don't believe it. Second is correct. Thanks, chat. Yeah, like terminate. Yeah, because it can't be terminated. But to go back to my earlier question, it doesn't quite make sense why, if Hamas didn't set out to specifically change the paradigm, it undertook an attack of this magnitude. Hamas was already operating within the paradigm of understanding Israel as a colonial apartheid state. What's shifted is its ability to demonstrate the myth of invincibility that Israel holds on to and to really shatter the illusion that policymakers have that they can maintain this regime indefinitely and that there will be Palestinian acquiescence to that. With this offensive, I think it's much harder to go back to a world where we think of this as just terrorism that's unprovoked, which is what the New York Times editorial claimed today. The editorial said that the attack happened without any warning or any immediate provocation. See, people always talk about fucking Western bias and all this shit, but it's like these Western articles go out of their way to try and be impartial. Yeah, no warning or immediate provocation. If they said no provocation, that would be stupid, right? Because it's literally a fucking occupied territory, like legally. And obviously there's provocation, like the conditions that Gazans live in is a provocation. Yeah, okay. But I don't know, it's just, yeah, oh well. Good fact check. Straight facts. God, my neck is so stiff. I need someone to fucking stomp on it. Since 2007, Hamas was effectively contained in the Gaza Strip. There was this idea that Israel could rely on Hamas to govern the Gaza Strip and stabilize 2 million Palestinians who are imprisoned there. And there was a very violent equilibrium between the two. But effectively, Hamas was contained in the Gaza Strip and almost severed from the rest of Palestine. There were historically demographic reasons that Israel needed to do this, to remove 2 million Palestinians from under its control, to secure a Jewish majority while it continued to hold on to the West Bank. With this offensive, that notion of containment can now be understood for what it was. Hamas was biding its time. It always articulated that it was gathering its forces and strengthening itself to push forward the Palestinian political project with an Islamist ideology. You said that Israel is increasingly being seen as a colonial state that violates human rights. But it seems that the response to this has been a complete embrace of Israel to a degree that I have found a little bit surprising. The American embrace was perhaps to be expected, but there has been a full-on European embrace and green light for Israel to go and pretty much do whatever it wants in Gaza. Could the progress you've identified be reversed? I'm going to say yes, because people have short memories. And if Israel creates like a massive humanitarian crisis in Gaza, I think people might move quickly off of it. The fact is like, it feels like not that many people are talking about what happened on October 7th. It feels like that part of the that chapter has just been open and shut because it would happen so quickly. So it can't really hold on to the headlines in the same way that the siege can. Obviously, people like Shapiro, like Jewish people, are going to talk about it a lot, but fuck. I don't know, anyway. Um, hmm. Absolutely. In some ways, that's very much possible, and I completely agree with you. I think the rhetoric that has emerged since this attack has been partly a continuation of the fundamental misreading of what causes violence. The important thing is to end the war and to end civilian death. But unless the political drivers of Palestinians are really contended with, this isn't going to go away. If Hamas is decimated, the Palestinian anti-colonial struggle will continue in another guise and with another ideology. What I find frightening is that the Western powers and the Americans, who are so bent on supporting Israel, despite its apartheid, somehow think that they can maintain this project cost-free. Yeah, I really, really hope that changes. If they can, because if they get rid of Hamas, the only way it works forward is if they can show an alternative that doesn't just mean you get another radical group pop up somewhere else. Gay. I suppose it is gay, isn't it? It's very gay. I don't know. Is that a bad thing? It's the 21st century, bro. Chill. If we assume that Hamas's actions are rational in the sense that it's doing something with a goal in mind, that doesn't necessarily mean its actions make strategic sense. That's absolutely right, and I think this is a situation that's still in flux. No one can understand where this will lead. I do think that Hamas was surprised by how far it was able to go. Israel could decimate the Gaza Strip, and Hamas could cease to exist as the organization that we understand it to be today. Regardless, what the past 72 hours have shown, and I think this is in some ways irreversible, is that there is a myth about Israel's invincibility as an apartheid regime. And so, even if the kind of overwhelming military power that Israel can now unleash with the full support of its Western patrons completely decimates Gaza, or Palestinians more broadly, in the Palestinian political imagination, this will be very profound. That's why I believe we're in a new reality now. Do you think this attack was in part about the relationship between Hamas and the PA? Look, there's obviously an institutional and political divide between the PA and Hamas, and this goes back decades. Hamas has been a governing entity in the Gaza Strip for 16 years now. In some ways, that has served it well, but there was always a degree of ambivalence that Hamas held on to, wanting to be less of a governing authority and more of an armed resistance movement. What we've seen with this offensive, and for a few years leading up to it, is a greater degree of confidence from Hamas in asserting its role as speaking on behalf of Palestinians not just in the Gaza Strip, but across Palestine, and even in the diaspora and refugee communities. At the same time, the PA has been increasingly irrelevant in that project, in the sense that it's been seen as inextricably linked with Israeli apartheid. Hamas defines itself as very actively against that, and against the notion of security coordination. Hamas is much more capable as an actor when there's Israeli aggression against Palestinians, regardless of whether Palestinians buy into Hamas's Islamist ideology or even its tactics. It's the only major political and military party now that is speaking the language of defiance, and I think this offensive shows more than ever how irrelevant the PA actually is in this constellation. But in some fundamental sense, you don't believe that this action was about an intra-Palestinian struggle, and you don't believe it was about sending a message to Arab states regarding peace treaties with Israel. I do think all of those factors were in there, but I think that fundamentally, an attack of this scale is not an attack which was planned in the past month or two, and that it was definitely an attack which, at its heart, was about pushing back against Israeli impunity. There was at least one beheaded baby. Yeah, that's what I thought I saw, but people are just so fucking soy about it not being true that I'm just like, okay, fuck. I guess there are better hills to die on. Why am I getting breaking news from Reddit in stream chat? That's weird. Might look at it later. What has been this Israeli government's policy towards Hamas specifically? There were reports in the Israeli press about Netanyahu expressing the belief that strengthening Hamas would weaken the PA and thereby prevent a Palestinian state. How has that manifested itself on the ground in Gaza? Israel has always had an ideology or policy or position towards the Islamist movements in Palestine, which ultimately became Hamas, which sees those movements as a counterweight to secular nationalism, if one can even call the PA that, given what it has become. That policy of divide and rule is intrinsic to dealing with Palestinians, and in the case of Hamas specifically, When it came into office in 2006, part of Israel's idea was to enforce a blockade which had existed in several iterations before Hamas took power. It quickly became clear that Hamas was actually a good partner for Israel in the sense that it was able to stabilize the Gaza Strip, and it provided the perfect fig leaf for the Israelis to justify their blockade. No one could really question why Israel had such an inhumane blockade, and so Hamas became a very good interlocutor. It was a violent equilibrium. Each party accepted the position of the other. Whoa. Whenever an Israeli domestic issue needed to be deflected, or Hamas needed to deflect challenges in the Gaza Strip, there could be a configuration or some kind of escalation between them, but it would always come back to a ceasefire. And from the Israeli perspective, in a way similar to how it deals with the rest of the Palestinians, there was no strategy. There was really just a decision to manage the occupation and manage the status quo. And so it never really had to deal with Hamas or Hamas's political drivers. Israel thought that it could contain Hamas in the Gaza Strip and allow it to stabilize the area, and then it was out of sight, out of mind. It's such a weird thing that this kind of was what had happened, even though there were there were 3 wars in Gaza before this one. Interlocutor. Oh, that's from one of the old. You're from one of the original live stream viewers, eh? If you know what that means. Interlocutor. Is there tension between what you just said and the other idea that what you put forward, that the PA was seen as too closely cooperating with Israel and has been politically marginalized in part because of that? It seems like what you're saying is that, in fact, Israel in some ways prefers Hamas and has tacit cooperation of a sort with it. That's an important question, and it's one that I have really tried to engage with. Israel's acceptance of Hamas as a governing authority in the Gaza Strip raised a lot of questions around the fact that Hamas was engaging with the state that it was refusing to recognize, and in some ways achieving a level of security coordination. The same kind of security coordination that it condemns the PA for doing. It is entering into negotiations with Israel, and sometimes pulling back fighters or firing rockets to ensure calm. So, in some ways, the reality of Hamas as a governing authority implicated its resistance project and forced it into engagement with Israel. At the same time, the main difference between Hamas and the PA is that Hamas never conceded on its ideology. It has never conceded the right of Palestinians to return, or its refusal to recognize the state of Israel, or to give up on armed struggle. See, this person is going against what Mohammed Hijab said, right? Because people tried to say that Hamas had been moderating. They tried to moderate, but that's not really. They kind of, in the PR sense, they'd moderated, but their original goals never went away. And I guess that's kind of what's been shown more recently. The Palestinian Liberation Organization, which was then subsumed into the PA, did, and it conceded on the major drivers of Palestinian nationalism and the belief that it could get a state. Israel also has different modes of engagement with each of the governing entities under its sovereignty, but also beyond its sovereignty. So its relationship with Hezbollah was actually closer to its relationship with Hamas, which is a relationship of violent exchanges that in some ways also worked in its favor. And that's just fundamentally different from how it deals with the PA. How would you say it deals with the PA? I don't think there's any confrontation. The PA has acquiesced to Israeli sovereignty. I think the PA now, it's raison d'etre, I don't know how to say that, it's security coordination. It has accepted that it is ruling a Bantustan. Damn. I think this is true. Mahmoud Abbas's philosophy for protest against Israel is non-violence. He thinks Palestinians in the West Bank and those conditions can be fucking like Martin Luther King. I don't really know if that's true though. I don't think. I think it's maybe raison d'etre. I don't care. Don't care. Reason to exist. Okay. I'd always heard that there was a lot of Israeli counterintelligence activity within Hamas, which I assume is still the case. Why do you think this plan did not get revealed? Raisin Day, true. Different people within Hamas or commenting around Hamas have talked about this being a very tightly held secret within a very small group of military men and others within the organization. What I can say is that historically, Hamas has always maintained a degree of separation between its military wing and its political bureau. The political bureau would put forward a strategy, and that strategy would then provide the direction for the military wing to carry out its tactics without actually informing the political bureau. So, the political bureau gives a vague direction, and it has no information or insight about when or how a certain operation is going to take place. It strikes me that this is something that probably happened here, that there was a general sense of watching Israeli weakness and discombobulation in the past 6 months, and the sense of giving some kind of direction for an attack, but not actually knowing when or how the attack would happen. Many of the anti-colonial or revolutionary figures we revere, Nelson Mandela and the ANC come to mind, did use violence to achieve their ends. And I think there's a naivete today about how often groups throughout history have used violence. At the same time, I hear Israelis say things like, people in Palestine are animals who will be treated as such, or when I hear the reports about dead children in Israeli towns, I sometimes have trouble thinking of this as a military strategy, or some part of a coherent political struggle with clear ends in mind. It often seems like sadism. And I don't know how we should think about these acts in the context of larger struggles, even larger struggles we support. How would you wrestle with that? Ooh, spicy question. Where are we? Near the end? Yeah. It's a really important question, and I think a very difficult one. I grapple with it every day. What you're saying is absolutely right. There was no anti-colonial struggle or struggle for decolonization without violence. Part of the issue here is that it's really important for us to go back to centering the primary cause in any anti-colonial struggle, which is colonial violence. It's crucial to ground the discussion in that context because Hamas's violence isn't coming out of the blue. And part of the issue around, as you say, sadism, is that Palestinians have, day in, day out, been living with death and violence. This is the first time I have been interviewed by The New Yorker, and it's happening because Israelis were killed. What happened when Palestinians were killed in the thousands just in the 15 years that I've been covering Hamas? And so, when we really want to think about what is the driver of this violence, and the pictures that have been coming out are sickening, we need to understand that colonial violence instills dehumanization both in the oppressor and in the oppressed. And it's completely out of mind. It's mind-boggling to me that Israeli protesters go out to protest for democracy in an apartheid regime. The only way that they can hold that contradiction is if they accept Palestinian lives are absent or expendable. And so we have to understand this violence, which, again, is heart-wrenching in that context. But if we want to think about Hamas and its political project, the group still doesn't speak on behalf of all But if we want to think about Hamas and its political project, the group still doesn't speak on behalf of all Palestinians. Palestinians are not all Islamists. The bigger issue here is that the Palestinian political project, which was the PLO, which was actually more in line with anti-colonial movements in the 70s and the 80s, was equally treated as a terrorist organization by the West until it was decimated both institutionally and through the assassination and imprisonment of Palestinian political leaders. This was the decimation of the political project of the anti-colonial movement. And in the Palestinian case, it worked temporarily. But the political project right now is reconstituting itself, and so far, Hamas is the loudest manifestation of that project. What you say about the colonial situation causing this amount of violence is true in the macro sense, but people also commit violence in all sorts of circumstances. Israelis who are not victims of colonialism, Islamist groups who want to kill Jews for being Jews. Some violence may not necessarily be intimately connected to the colonial struggle, but maybe that's always the case throughout history. I think it's vital for political leaders and for Palestinians to be able to see the suffering and the tragedy and the loss of human life and the violence, and to be able to still maintain the ethical value in seeing the justice of their own struggle, while also grieving over sadistic violence. We need to be able to hold both. We need to recognize that anti-colonial struggles are violent, but not all of that violence is in pursuit of a political project. As you say, violence occurs in all different sorts of reasons. 4 reasons, sorry. We need to be able to hold that truth while also recognizing the ethical purpose of ending apartheid. And I think it's really hard to do that when the media tries to portray this in black and white. It's very complex, and we need to be able to hold that complexity. Okay. That was a reasonably good article. It's Jover. Why is it Jover? Oh. 2,000 US troops on notice to deploy. Preparing to deploy in case of escalation. Like not boots on the ground. They did not specify how many troops, if any, would be deployed inside Israel's borders, or whether personnel would occupy locations outside of the country. Okay. Support rule. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be fucking fighting Hamas like American soldiers. Damn. The US always has boots on the ground in Israel, right? Yeah, but they're not going to go into Gaza. I mean, like, they're not going to go into Gaza and fight fucking Hamas. I don't think. Maybe. I don't know. Probably not. The attack by Hamas, a militant group that has been designated as a terrorist organization by the US and the European Union, kicked off the bloodiest conflict between Palestine and Israel since the 73 Arab-Israeli War. More than 4,000 people now have died in the conflict. The Gaza Health Ministry claiming that 2,750 Palestinians have been killed and 9,700 wounded. God, I hate these pictures. In addition to the 1,400 Israelis who were killed, at least 199 others, including children and elderly citizens, were captured by Hamas and taken as hostages into Gaza, Israeli officials have reported. With support from the US Navy warships and air assets, Israeli forces have been amassing along Gaza's border and drilling for what Israel said would be a broad campaign to dismantle the militant group. A week of blistering airstrikes in Gaza by Israeli aircraft have demolished entire neighborhoods, but have failed to prevent further rocket attacks into Israel by Hamas. The Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, has renewed pledges of American support for Israel in its war against Hamas and discusses US efforts with the UN and others to provide hostage rescue assets, as well as humanitarian assistance for civilians. Joe Biden has been invited to Israel and is considering a trip in the coming days, though no travel has been confirmed. Damn. That US military-industrial complex might be getting stretched thin, eh? You think Taiwan's safe? You think fucking Ukraine's safe? Fuck. This is a lot, guys. It's a lot. Don't actually know what to make of it. So, you guys keep talking about the Destiny Shapiro debate in chat, I've noticed. What's that? Is there a date set for that? Are they going to talk about this? Are they going to talk about Israel-Palestine? Next month, and no, mid-November. November 20th. Damn. They weren't going to talk about Israel-Palestine. Yeah. You feel like Shapiro's going to back out? Wait, really? Ben Jabino. Oh, it's going to be about Biden's performance. Okay. Well, he has persuaded, what is it? He's persuaded fucking Israel to turn water back on, which is impressive, I suppose. God. What am I missing on Twitch? Am I missing much? Yeah, this Rhizome guy on Twitch, he's always got like a fucking hype train going, even though he only has 200 viewers.
Government is.
But they are
The
just
government
like,
is for sure.
they're just horses. I don't know.
Most people are as well. Like,
I think he just has a good reward system.
Look at this.
wow, look at this actual article. Asheville Trantifa activist praises Palestinians following terror
Trantifa.
attack, says enemies of LGBTQ people are in the U.S. This is a real article, apparently. This is real news, guys. Trantifa activist.
Asheville.
Bro.
Oh, well, I thought I would,
Dude, he says that.
I thought I would click it and there would be a hype train, but there's not. It's the first time I've ever clicked his stream and not seen Trantifa. It's that whole meme, right? Oh, you can't support Palestinians, they'll throw you off a building, man. Yeah. The meme of that little lady, the fucking queer lady, sees a Hamas guy and they run off in the field and then he beheads her. Okay. Gays for Palestine, go get dinner. What, get dinner at 2 in the morning? What is Jordan Peterson talking about? This unholy axis of Iranian thugs and Marxist psychopaths is an enemy of Muslims too. The fucking syntax is just so... Did I watch the Channel 5 interview where the Jewish guy started rapping? No. Why would I watch that? Why? What do you want from me? Unholy act. Oh, yeah. Didn't Israel talk about axis of evil now? Like Iran, Hezbollah? Ugh. We love that. Damn, I've got 28 subs today. That's crazy. Usually don't get that many YouTube subs. Please watch that. Will I watch it? Okay, let's see. Oh, there's a Polish election today. And it looks like the right-wingers lost. Maybe. Did they? The right-wing majority is going to lose its majority. Ooh! That's good. We've defeated fascism in Poland. Hey, hey. The right-wing populist Law and Justice Party is on course to win most seats in Poland's general election, exit polls suggest, but is unlikely to secure a third term in office. Oh. Pollsters Ipsos suggest the party known as PIS has 36.1% of the vote, and the centrist opposition is on 31%. If the exit polls are correct, then Donald Tusk's Civic Coalition has a better chance of forming a coalition. He is aiming to end 8 years of PIS rule under the leader, Jaroslaw Kaczynski. Kaczynski, this is the guy. Isn't this the guy who said that, like, when they came into power, he said it was their turn to fuck the whore? Like, Poland was the whore and they were going to fuck it? Isn't this guy, like, crazy? I know a Polish person who always tells me these really insane stories about Polish politics. Don't they have a trans person? Doesn't Poland have a trans politician? And like journalists will ask her if she has a dick and shit. Like, is that true? Apparently that's true. Anyway. With 80.27% of votes counted, the National Electoral Commission says Law and Justice has 36.27% of the vote. Civic Coalition. A Trantifa activist, yeah, maybe. Civic Coalition is on 29.41%, while the Third Way has 14.45%. The final result is expected on Tuesday evening, the commission head said earlier. Wait, what day is it today? Tuesday, okay. Speaking about the exit polls, PIS leader Kaczynski admitted he did not know if the party's success will be able to be turned into another term in power. Initial results gave PIS the lead, but they reflected small towns and the countryside, which are party strongholds. 2 more Ipsos exit polls published on Monday suggested PiS would be unable to form a coalition. Poland won. Democracy has won, Mr. Tusk, 66, told a large crowd of jubilant supporters in what felt like a victory rally in Warsaw. This is the end of the bad times. This is the end of the Agua government. Oh, sorry. There were roars as the Ipsos poll flashed up on the screen and Mr. Tusk appeared to loud cheers and chants of his name. Supporters appeared stunned, and election officials said later that turnout was probably 72.9%, the highest since the fall of communism in 1989. The Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, which monitors elections to check that they are free and fair, said candidates in the election had been able to campaign freely. But biased coverage by the state media and misuse of public funds had given a clear advantage to the governing Aqua. We noted the erosion of checks and balances to gain further control over state institutions by the governing party, including the courts and the public media, they said in a statement. Polls closed at 2100 local time on Sunday, but there were still queues of voters reported well into the night in Warsaw and Krakow and into the early hours in Wrocław. I don't know how to say that one. A larger proportion of 18 to 29-year-olds had turned out to vote than over 60s, Ipsos said. Wait, really? That's really unprecedented, isn't it? Is that normal? I don't think that's normal at all. For young people to vote more than fucking old people. Wrocław. Wait, really? Interesting. Agua was heading for 196 seats in the 460 seats Sejm or Parliament, according to the later poll, and would fall short of the 231 needed for a majority. Tusk is basically male Hillary. Okay. Yeah, well, that's the best Poland can do, right? I've met people who are Polish who call themselves left. And they're not left. They're not at all. Not culturally, anyway. They're like pro-abortion, but they're not left. Okay, I'll say that much. It is unlikely to have much help from the far-right Confederation Party, whose leader admitted it had fared far worse than expected, with a predicted 15 seats. Mr. Kaczynski has painted his rival as a puppet of Berlin and Brussels and vowed to maintain his party's strong anti-migration policies. Damn. This is him. Look at this guy, bro. How could you trust this? How could you trust a man whose chin is the same width as his neck? Civic Coalition leader Donald Tusk has described the vote as Poland's most important since the fall of communism and vital for its future in the European Union. He has vowed to improve relations with the EU and unlock £30 billion of EU pandemic recovery funds frozen in a row over PiS judicial reforms that led to staffing top courts with judges sympathetic to the ruling party. Oh, that's why the EU froze funds. Because the party was packing the courts. Oh no. They were being anti-democratic. Okay. Mr. Tusk's party is now most likely to be able to form a broad coalition with center-right, third way, and left-wing. How do I say this? Levica? Luicha? Levica? I don't know. There were few smiles among PiS party faithful in the minutes before the close of the polls. We have to hope, Mr. Kaczynski declared. Regardless of whether we are in power or whether we are in opposition, we will implement this project in various ways, and we will not allow Poland to be betrayed.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
PiS supporters put on a brave face, chanting Jaroslav and waving Polish flags as the later exit poll suggested they had lost 39 seats since the 2019 election. A party spokesman told the BBC he was still hopeful of forming a government as the poll was just a prediction. Queues formed outside polling stations across Poland and beyond on Sunday. A marbled foyer in Warsaw's Stalinist Palace of Culture. What the fuck is this? What is the Stalinist Palace of Culture? I don't know this. Bro,
Loaderbox, you smarmy
well,
bastard.
It's built in the standard
Loaderbox, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Stalinist fucking grandiose motif, I guess. Okay. Was crammed with voters who snaked out into the square outside.
Loaderbox, you smarmy cuck bastard.
The campaign was very strong and emotional. That's why there were so many people, a piss voter called Agnes told the BBC. One result of the ferocious election campaign was increased turnout. It seems that we beat the turnout record. Poland's Electoral Commission head Sylwester Marciniak told a news conference. Many voters in central Warsaw came with children and even pets, while election officials and security guards helped elderly voters climb the steps. Voters talked of being nervous about the result of the election, and all of them saw it as decisive for the future direction of Poland. Whoever wins, Poland's strong support for Ukraine is unlikely to change, although 20 months into Russia's full-scale invasion. However, PIS leaders showed signs of wavering in recent weeks, in an apparent bid to bring back voters attracted to the Ukraine Skeptic Confederation Party. Ukraine Skeptic L. Ooh. F's in the chat for the Ukraine Skeptics. That was a bad move, it turns out. We have a war on our border. We have to be sure the government will take us in the right direction and be more resistant to Russia, said another voter called Ila. Poles voted in more than 30,000 polling stations, and there were long queues outside Poland as well, with 600,000 expats registered to vote. They're the most important elections I've voted in during my lifetime, said Magdalena Bocek. Bocek? Wait. Bocek? I don't know. As she queued up to vote in London. It's been quite a difficult 8 years for us for pro-Europeans. Civic Coalition has also vowed to liberalise abortion laws and after a near-total ban imposed in 2021. The centre-right Third Way appeared to be one of the big winners of the night, with a predicted 14% of the vote. It has promised to simplify taxes and offer an alternative to the two big parties. Piotr Buras from the European Council on Foreign Relations said an opposition victory would open the way to a massive reorientation of domestic and European policy. Their immediate goal would be to remove PIS figures from state institutions and public TV, he added. Poland is divided into 41 districts and has a proportional representation system for its parliament, based on party lists. Expat votes count towards the Warsaw district. President Andrzej Duda, an ally of the socially conservative ruling party, would normally ask the biggest party to form a government, and his aide indicated that this was the traditional next step. But if PIS fails to win a vote of confidence, then Parliament would appoint a new Prime Minister who would then choose a government and also have to win a confidence vote in the Sejm. Sejm. Andre. Is that it? Okay. That would leave PIS as Poland's caretaker government potentially into December. 5 parties are set to cross the 5% threshold and enter the 460-seat parliament. Poles also voted for the upper house, the Senate, and took part in 4 referendums that all appeared designed to bring PIS voters out to vote. One asked whether the retirement age should increase, and another on whether Poland should accept more migrants from the rest of the EU. Okay. It's pronounced as same. Oh, that makes sense. Same. Same. Okay. The same. How many votes in the same? What the fuck? When did I say this? I just saw it in my notification that someone reposted it. And I was like, what the? No Israelis, a civilian crowd, least serious cunts on the planet. Eat shit. It's an absurd comparison to begin with. And last I checked, Marines aren't sniping native children for protesting and subjugating every aspect of their lives. Yeah, it's almost as if there's a difference between snipers and dancing hippies, you dumb cunt. Holy shit. Why did I say that? I was wired. Was I just streaming when it's 7 o'clock, October 9th? Bro. Lorna Box, can you show your socks? If they're clean, you get $85. Shut the fuck up, freak. I will only show socks after I get $500. What are you talking about? Okay. Let me go over those last two donos. Hang on. Toby W87 with the $5. Thank you very much. I love your work. Have you covered the horrific Kushner interview he did with Lex? Keep up the good work. I should watch it tomorrow because 2 people have asked me to watch it now. Yeah, maybe. That Cooper fellow with the $5. There's a Polish VTuber named Chris Speaks who streams on Twitch. You could talk to about this. I think I'm good for Polish elections, but thanks for the $5. I don't really know what else to say about Poland. I don't know. There's too many countries going through stuff at the moment. If Poland's got optimistic direction, that's good, okay? I want to focus on the world that's suffering, or the chaos. What the fuck? Man attacks UNICEF fundraisers raising money for Gaza while saying, I'll fucking kill you. Say Palestine one more time.
Yeah.
Go to Palestine! Fucking kill you! Go to Palestine! Palestine? You want Palestine? Fight!
Yes, yeah.
Say Palestine one more time! Say Palestine one more time! I will fuck you in the eyes! Say Palestine one more time!
Yes.
Say Palestine one more time! Say it! Say it! Shut the fuck up and get lost!
Yes, yeah, bo.
Get lost!
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh god, man, the world is getting fucking rough out there. It's getting really... Don't say Palestine, chat. Jesus Christ, most liberal settler. This guy's in... Where is this guy? He looks like he's in fucking France or some shit. I don't know. God, the hatred. Italian? Yeah. New York? He's a traveling Israeli. Wait, how do you know who he is? I know Biden did not just announce a trip to Israel. We knew that already, you motherfucking dickhead. We knew that. We're on top of it. Don't worry. Stay safe, my Muslim friends. Sad face. Yeah, I saw this. Oh god, this story is so bad. There's like a picture of him with a little fucking hat on and shit. Oh my god. Ugh. No. I don't want to watch that. Basically, a 6-year-old Palestinian American got stabbed to death. Stabbed 26 times by a septuagenarian Illinois man who said Muslims must die. God. What's this?
Earlier on BBC News, we reported on... Now, before we go, earlier on BBC News, we reported on some of the pro-Palestinian demonstrations...
Oh yeah, by a family friend as well, like a landlord, yeah.
...at the weekend.
What's this?
Now, before we go, earlier on BBC News, we reported on some of the pro-Palestinian demonstrations at the weekend. We spoke about several demonstrations across Britain during which people voiced their backing for Hamas. We accept that this was poorly phrased and was a misleading description of the pro-Palestinian demonstrations. Now, here's the weather.
Uh-oh.
Now, before we go, earlier on BBC News, we reported...
Damn. Now here's the weather. I mean, they kind of like, I don't know if there's anything wrong with doing it in that way. They shouldn't have done it in the first place, but how are they supposed to do your attractions? Just have a moment's silence for their fuck up. I don't know. I don't get these complaints, right? What are they supposed to do? They did a fuck up. They corrected it. So they're better than every streamer you guys watch, including me.
Raised and was a misleading description of the pro-Palestinian demonstrations. Now here's the weather. Now,
Like, should they just hold a minute's silence and grieve for their fuck up before saying here's the weather? Okay, whatever. I'm gonna do something. I think we're gonna have to enforce some Palestine-related rules in the Discord. Maybe. I don't know. I need to filter. There's some levels of bullshit that I just need to filter. Oh. Everyone is asking me to read this, to watch this fucking Israeli perspective,
This
free
video is
Palestine,
going
no
to be
thanks video.
interesting.
Like this dude, right? With the incredibly wide mouth. I don't know, like, is this actually like a really good video? I don't know. I'll maybe watch it tomorrow. Blew up on my timeline. Yeah, 2 million views and shit. From a guy with 130k subs. It's called Free Palestine, no thanks. That's like, it's not good. The Patrick Bet David video on value. Yeah, that might be good, eh? The Patrick Bet David video. Brilliant. What a fucking banger. Okay, we're gonna do raid directions, chat. Get ready, get your ones and your twos armed. We got 2 people we're gonna raid. Not so erudite or Vosh. We ones in chat if you wanna go to erudite, or twos if you wanna go to Vosh. How the fuck am I supposed? Okay, I think the ones have got it. Okay, cool. All right. Why do you delete your VODs? I don't. They're in the playlist. Go to playlist, stream VODs, and they're all there. Some of them, because I watch fucking copyright shit, some of them get, like, disguised. Hey, Dylan, how's it going? God, look how busy my chat are. Poppy. Shut the... Okay, whatever. Total erudite victory. Okay. That was a shit show of a panel last night. It really was, wasn't it? It was a really horrendous fucking show. I don't know. What do you expect, though? They're supposed to be shit shows. You go there to achieve higher understanding. What was I... Wait, what did I say I was going to do? Oh, yeah. It's not even letting me clip out the copyrighted parts of my videos, so they just get blocked in some countries. I guess I just need to figure out what the fuck I'm watching that's always copyrighted. Because I haven't really paid much attention to that. There's only one partially blocked one, though. The assault on Gaza. But the others are just all unlisted. So I guess I need to figure out how to unblockage these, high grassroots. Like, apparently this fucking stream I did had System of a Down music playing in it. Why don't I remember that? But I can't trim out the segment. It's not letting me trim out the segment. The fuck? Hmm. Oh well. That was from Frogan. Was it? Okay. Oh, she always plays System of a... Oh, god damn it. Oh, well. Oh, but these partially blocked things are only in, like Russia. This one partially blocked, yeah, Russia. Oh, apparently it's only Russia that they get blocked in. So, no, it's fine. Yeah, nothing's hidden. Yeah, nothing's hidden. Unless you're Russian. Sorry. Okay. Guys, I love you. It's been a good stream. Have a good one. Behave yourselves. See you tomorrow. Maybe. Might do filming. I have plans tomorrow evening. I actually have social stuff to do. Can you believe it, chat? It's fucking insane. Okay. Take care, guys. Say hello to Erudite for me. Bye.